Han Li extended 2 fingers, skillfully picking up one of the beads and holding it in front of his eyes. After gazing at it for a moment, Han Li returned the bead and slowly closed his eyes. However, a picture from the jade slip emerged in his mind. A fist-sized orb radiating 5-colored light, surrounded by about a dozen smaller beads, all identical to the one in Han Li's hand. The 5-colored orb faintly visible within the light was familiar to Han Li. It was none other than the rebirth pill that flew out of the void sky cauldron. This peculiar picture was one of the few in the jade slip without any explanation, appearing mysterious. When Han Li glanced at this picture in the chamber of gold, he was naturally shocked. This was also the reason why he was willing to exchange for this jade slip with an extra magical talisman, as he couldn't bear to miss it. Otherwise, he would have only given a bottle of elixir as a gift. Apart from this picture, there were several others in the jade slip without any textual explanations, depicting bizarre things. Some resembled magical treasures, while others resembled monsters and demons. However, Han Li had never seen any of them before. Thinking of the rebirth pill being one of them, these strange pictures seemed to be significant. Han Li carefully memorized these images, thinking that he might encounter other things in the future. He would treat them seriously when the time came. However, at this moment, Han Li looked at the beads in the box and felt a bit hesitant. There was no doubt that these 5-colored beads were closely related to the rebirth pill. Otherwise, they wouldn't appear in the same picture. Considering that these beads were refined from the extreme radiant corpse's bones, and the extreme radiant corpse possessed the blood jade spider. Could it be that this other disciple of the profound bone old demon had also entered the void sky cauldron and obtained a rebirth pill to consume? This could explain why his bones turned 5-colored after death and were condensed into these beads after being burned with fire. Based on Han Li's experience of consuming so many pills, it was highly likely that the rebirth pill's properties were not fully refined or too strong, requiring it to be recondensed and refined after consumption. From this perspective, perhaps these beads were the true rebirth pills. Otherwise, why would they appear so solemnly in the picture? Using a cultivator's body as a furnace to nurture pills was rare in the current cultivation world, although Han Li had witnessed it himself. The blood-condensing 5-elements pill of the Black Demon sect was one of the very bloody and domineering methods. However, all of this was just Han Li's speculation. Naturally, he wouldn't recklessly consume them immediately. So after thinking about it, he still walked out of the secret room and headed towards the insect chamber. The current insect chamber was not as simple as it was in the heavenly Star City. Han Li had opened up 5 differently sized stone chambers. Among them, 2 were used to cultivate 2 different batches of gilded scarabs. One batch was the tens of thousands of gilded scarabs that had displayed their might in the Void Sky Palace, devouring many iron-fire ants. The other batch was naturally the nearly 1,000 carefully selected insects brought out from the heavenly Star City's cave. Han Li intentionally separated these two batches. Speaking of which, it was unclear whether it was because they had devoured too many ironfire ants. It seemed that the tens of thousands of gilded scarabs had started to evolve and reproduce again, and some had started to devour each other. This was an unexpected surprise for Han Li. The remaining stone chambers housed the only blood jade spider left by Han Li, a weeping soul beast that slept soundly all day. And finally, a chamber was used to place the golden silkworms collected by Han Li in the Void Sky Palace. Forget about the blood jade spider. Although Han Li had the soul summoning pearl, he always felt uneasy and didn't dare to easily refine this pearl, so he temporarily left it aside without processing it. At present, the situation of the golden silkworms was normal. As for the golden silkworms, when Han Li collected them, it was not a whim. These demons were also famous strange insects. Although their ranking was very low, and they were far inferior to the blood jade spider, they were only at the bottom of the list. However, these golden silkworms were rare second-stage evolved demons that few cultivators knew about. As long as they were given enough time, they had a great chance of evolving into a flying insect called the phantom flame moth. This type of flying insect was not comparable to the golden silkworms. It ranked 17th on the list of strange insects and naturally possessed the ability to transform. The extent of this ability was vaguely described in the information, as if this insect was rarely seen even in ancient times, without specific details. However, the high ranking of the phantom flame moth indicated that even if there were inaccuracies, it was definitely extraordinary. Considering this, Han Li, despite the odd looks from the other old monsters, collected these nearly lifeless golden silkworms without hesitation. However, these golden silkworms were immediately abandoned by Wan Tianming without any hesitation. They seemed to have little remaining vitality and looked like they wouldn't survive for long. After Han Li obtained them, he continuously fed them rare spiritual medicines like spirit-nourishing pills, but could only barely maintain their last breath, and their situation was getting worse. Seeing this situation, Han Li could only be helpless. Now, Han Li had a plan in mind and went straight to the golden silkworm chamber. Through the window with a prohibition spell, Han Li stretched his head in and furrowed his brows. At this moment, these emerald green giant silkworms lay motionless on the ground in the chamber, as if they were lifeless. If Han Li couldn't sense their faint spiritual aura, he would have thought they were already dead. Han Li didn't hesitate any longer and walked in. After circling around these strange insects for a few times, he picked out a pair of the largest ones, which looked slightly more spirited. Then he took out the jade box from his bosom and fed one of the 5-colored beads into the mouths of each of these strange insects before leaving the chamber again. Han Li's idea was simple. Since these insects seemed beyond saving, why not use them to test the efficacy of the beads? The rebirth pill was known for its great fame. Its medicinal properties should be incredibly miraculous. If these beads were indeed, as Han Li imagined, genuine rebirth pills, even if they couldn't save these golden silkworms, they wouldn't make the situation worse. Of course, if the golden silkworms had any adverse reactions after consuming them, Han Li would naturally ignore these beads. In the following days, he also dealt with the 9 curves spirit ginseng, a special existence. In the center of the medicine garden, Han Li specifically delineated a small piece of land. Then, using several sets of prohibition array flags he refined, he surrounded this piece of land, making it impervious to wind and rain, and turning the surrounding ground into a substance resembling gold and stone. With this done, he felt reassured to transplant the 9 curves spirit ginseng's main body into it. As for the 9 curves spirit ginseng's incarnation, a white rabbit trapped in a jade box, Han Li had no intention of keeping it trapped for long. After all, even an incarnation could have an effect on the main body over time. Han Li brought a jade box covered in various talismans to the side of the 9 curves spirit ginseng in the medicine garden, then tore off the talismans on the box. Before Han Li could open the lid, a white light shot out from the box, spiraled around, and then plunged into the nearby 9 curves spirit ginseng, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, Han Li couldn't help but smile knowingly. It seemed that after being captured once, this white rabbit incarnation was quite timid, becoming even more fearful. However, Han Li kept pondering as he looked at the main body of the 9 curves spirit ginseng. He wondered what miraculous effects the green liquid from the small bottle would have on it. This idea had occurred to him when he first obtained the spirit ginseng. However, there were many other places where he needed to use the green liquid now. He didn't need to rush this test. Moreover, if he used the green liquid and the 9 curves spirit ginseng suddenly became more powerful, resulting in some mutation that allowed it to escape from the array, he would regret it. This was not an ordinary plant, but a legendary elixir with an incarnation. It was better to be cautious. With this in mind, Han Li finished placing the 9 curves spirit ginseng and didn't pay it any further attention. As for the newly produced green liquid, Han Li used it all to ripen the soul-nurturing trees among the 3 great divine trees. Although it was only a small section of the root, Han Li believed that as long as he gave it a few years, a 1,000-year-old soul-nurturing tree would reappear. Originally, Han Li planned to study the void sky cauldron next, to see if there were any other methods to activate it. However, a small piece of rib bone inadvertently found in the storage pouch made Han Li temporarily interested. Thinking back, the fact that this rib bone of the profound bone-old demon remained intact under the terrifying Asura holy fire was definitely extraordinary. Lying on the bed in his bedroom, Han Li held the pristine and crystal-clear object in his hand, his face full of curiosity as he kept looking at it. First, This item could not possibly be a real rib bone from the old devil Xuan bone. Its current form was merely a method of deceiving others. Besides its special material, the faint spiritual aura it emitted indicated that while it wasn't a magical treasure, it was certainly an object that had undergone ritual refinement. However, no matter how Han Li used his spiritual sense to probe or slowly infused spiritual energy into it, the rib bone showed no reaction. Frowning, Han Li immediately remembered that the old devil practiced the path of demon ghosts, so this item likely required the assistance of some yin soul energy. Although Han Li himself did not possess yin soul power, he still had the soul gathering bowl he had acquired years ago. Even though the yin souls within the bowl had long been exhausted by his puppet refining, the residual yin energy in the bowl was still substantial. Thus, he pressed a single hand against his storage pouch, and a pitch-black round bowl appeared in his hand. Han Li cast a casual glance at the soul-gathering bowl, and the 5 fingers holding it flashed with green light. Strands of yin energy were absorbed by Han Li through his palm, and then slowly transferred to the hand holding the bone fragment. A chilling black mist gradually formed, soon enveloping the rib bone. Han Li stared at the scene without blinking. The rib bone finally reacted. Its originally white and smooth surface began to turn black. In no time, the entire black mist was absorbed into the bone, turning it half white and half black. Seeing these changes, Han Li's face showed no unusual expression, only a slight movement of his eyebrow. After thinking for a moment, Han Li suddenly sat up from the bed. The hand holding the soul-gathering bowl emitted an even more dazzling green light. At the same time, a faint ghostly wail emanated from his other hand, and a larger mass of black mist took shape. The rib bone within it eagerly devoured the black mist. After a full incense stick's time, the continuous absorption of the yin energy had turned the item entirely black. Suddenly, a low humming sound came from the object, followed by the release of strands of black light, filling the room with a strange and eerie atmosphere. Han Li hesitated slightly, then withdrew the soul-gathering bowl and loosened his grip with his other hand, allowing the rib bone to float in the air. The surrounding black mist dissipated entirely under the impact of the black light. Watching this eerie scene, Han Li's eyes flickered constantly. Aside from the continuous humming and flashing of black light, the black bone fragment showed no other changes. After a while, Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly reached out and made a grabbing motion. With a whoosh, the rib bone was pulled into his hand from midair. Han Li then stared at the object, letting his spiritual sense penetrate it. This time, there was no resistance. His spiritual sense smoothly entered the rib bone. After a flash of black light, large ancient characters and drawings appeared before his eyes. A jade slip, Han Li murmured to himself, showing a look of mild shock. This item might be a specially made jade slip, which was one of his earlier speculations. Suppressing his excitement, He began to carefully read each word. The Great Yin Method. Just reading the familiar words in the first part confirmed the content for Han Li. Although he had never practiced this renowned demonic cultivation technique, his clone had previously cultivated the blood-refining divine light, which was derived from this very technique. So naturally, there were many similarities. After reading the first part of the incantation, Han Li recognized the familiar principles and concluded that this rib-like jade slip was indeed the so-called mysterious Yin scripture. To be honest, Han Li felt somewhat disappointed. Since he had already cultivated the Azure Origin sword art, despite the mysterious Yin technique's formidable power, he would not foolishly switch to it. However, he did not immediately withdraw his spiritual sense from the mysterious Yin scripture. Instead, he continued to read it carefully. The second half of the mysterious Yin scripture contained records of various demonic secret techniques, some of which could still be cultivated. As these incredible secret techniques unfolded one by one, Han Li's expression transformed from disappointment to delight, gradually mixing in a sense of solemnity, and finally, his entire face glowed with excitement. The power of these secret techniques was truly astonishing. He was confident that if he could cultivate the Azure Origin sword art to the 9th level and combine it with the secret techniques from the mysterious Yin scripture, although he would still not be a match for a nascent soul stage cultivator, he would at least have a chance to save his life and escape. When facing powerful old monsters like Jai Yin, he would no longer be helpless and at their mercy. Among these secret techniques was the heavenly corpse fire of Grandmaster Jai Yin, and the heavenly corpse was merely a byproduct of this technique's cultivation. Unfortunately, cultivating these techniques required the foundation of the mysterious Yin technique and a cultivation level above the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, he would have been tempted to try them. Having witnessed the power of the heavenly corpse fire firsthand, he knew it was exceptionally fierce. Nevertheless, even this powerful technique's weaknesses were clearly revealed in the cultivation instructions. When Han Li saw this, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. If Jai Yin tried to use this demonic fire against him again, he was confident he could shock his opponent. After memorizing 2 or 3 secret techniques that could be cultivated during the core formation stage, Han Li carefully put away the rib fragment containing the mysterious Yin scripture, feeling very pleased with his gains and slightly unable to suppress his excitement. He pondered for a moment and then touched the void sky cauldron in his storage pouch, feeling a surge of curiosity and anticipation. He immediately headed to the secret chamber of his cave dwelling. If he could open the void sky cauldron in one go, the treasures inside would significantly boost his strength, even if he didn't find the mending heaven pill. With this thought in mind, Han Li spent his days and nights tirelessly studying the small cauldron, occasionally consulting various ancient texts to find a way to open it. Unfortunately, after half a month of exhausting all his efforts, Han Li had to admit that the void sky cauldron, known as the #1 secret treasure in the chaotic star sea, was indeed beyond the capability of his core formation's stage self to open. This cauldron was truly extraordinary. Fire and water were useless against it, and Han Li found that none of his magical treasures or ancient treasures could leave even the slightest mark on the cauldron's surface. Even a trace of the pure evil thunder that had just been restored to his bamboo cloudswarm swords had no effect when directed at the cauldron. As for other unbelievable methods to open the cauldron, Han Li tried them all, but they were all in vain. In the end, Han Li reluctantly put the small cauldron back into his storage pouch. He didn't dare to touch the Qianlin pearl, which he suspected might be crucial to opening the cauldron. The Qianlin ice flame was something even nascent soul stay, old monsters feared greatly. Until he reached the late core formation stage, or formed a nascent soul, he had no intention of attempting to refine or control this pearl. Han Li had this bit of self-awareness. Meanwhile, the 2 golden silkworms that had consumed the 5-color beads showed no significant reaction, indicating that the medicine's effects had not yet manifested. However, in another insect room, tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles had finally begun to devour each other on a large scale. It seemed that new gold-devouring beetle eggs were about to be born, which delighted Han Li. Now, his next task was to reforge the 72 bamboo cloudswarm swords. He intended to use the refining crystals he had obtained on the lava path without wasting any of them, planning to gradually infuse them into the flying swords. Although he couldn't claim that the bamboo cloudswarm swords would become indestructible, there would be very few things in this world that could destroy them. This would be extremely beneficial for his future battles with high-level cultivators. However, refining the crystals would be an extremely arduous task. Given the special nature of this material, Han Li estimated that it would take at least half a year to slowly refine the crystals using a formation. If his magic power became insufficient during the refining process, the crystals would be completely ruined. This was no laughing matter. With his early core formation stage cultivation, he wouldn't have dared to attempt this even with various spiritual medicines for assistance. But now, with the 10,000-year spiritual liquid, although he had used a portion of it, the remaining amount ensured he wouldn't have to worry about running out of magic power. Considering the dangers he would face when venturing out to hunt sea beasts, having more powerful magical treasures would be highly beneficial. Thus, reforging the flying swords became an imperative task for Han Li. Within Han Li's newly constructed cave dwelling, he had naturally set up a dedicated chamber for artifact refinement. After setting up a protective array inside, he entered the chamber with the refining crystal and the vial of 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid. Once inside, the door to the chamber shut tightly and remained closed for a whole year. The rest of the cave's operations were managed by several giant ape puppets stationed outside the chamber. Thus, the cave remained orderly without any issues. However, one day, an unexpected event occurred. A rumbling sound suddenly emanated from outside, and the ground began to shake without any warning. Even the walls of the chamber trembled incessantly. Concurrently, the sound of thunderous waves and roaring thunder could be faintly heard from outside, growing increasingly louder, as if the entire island was engulfed in a tempest. With a dull thud, the stone door of the refining chamber was pushed open from within. In a flash, Han Li emerged, his expression cold but with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Tilting his head to listen to the rumbling outside the cave, he swiftly pressed his hand to his storage pouch. A yellow light shot out from the pouch, circled once, and landed in Han Li's hand. It was a 3-foot-long formation flag, pale yellow and inscribed with various runes. Without hesitation, Han Li exhaled a stream of azure qi onto the flagpole. The yellow light intensified, and with a cold gleam in his eyes, Han Li flicked his wrist. A streak of yellow light shot towards the ground, and the formation flag disappeared into the earth without a trace. Murmurs of incantations, varying in intensity, flowed from Han Li's mouth. An astonishing scene unfolded. All the walls and floors began to shimmer with golden light, as if they were made of pure gold. Simultaneously, the shaking, trembling, and thunderous roar ceased instantly. Everything returned to normal. Seeing this, Han Li's expression relaxed, though the puzzlement in his eyes remained. Suddenly, he transformed into a streak of azure light and flew towards the entrance of the cave. Moments later, Han Li, enveloped in azure light, appeared in the sky above the island. Although the island was shrouded in mist, the formation Han Li had set up could not obscure his vision. The sight before him caused his expression to change multiple times. Thanks to the activation of the protective formation, the mountain where his cave was located remained as steady as Mount Tai. However, outside the formation's coverage, the land trembled violently. Not only did rocks and soil roll off hills and slopes, but the ground also split open with enormous fissures several meters wide. The vegetation was uprooted and toppled over in an instant. But what truly shocked Han Li was the sight of monstrous waves crashing against one side of the island. Towering waves over 100 feet high repeatedly slammed into the island, turning much of it into a swampy lake. From the direction of the waves, beyond the dense sea fog, came a low, peculiar roar mingled with the sound of thunder, growing louder with each roar. It was as if some furious beast was causing the storm. With each roar, the thunder and waves grew more intense. Could there be a high-level sea beast causing havoc nearby? Han Li pondered, looking in the direction of the waves. Judging by the scale, it had to be a massive beast. Nothing else could create such a spectacle. Intrigued, Han Li's curiosity was piqued. After a moment of contemplation, he concealed his presence and dimmed his light before flying stealthily towards the source of the roar. Once he emerged from the sea fog, He didn't need to search for long before he spotted the target. Just as he suspected, a sea beast was indeed causing the turmoil nearby. But the beast was enormous. Even with prior expectations, Han Li was still taken aback by its size. It was a turtle-like sea beast, nearly 1,000 feet long, resembling a giant mountain floating on the ocean. Its black shell and dragon-like green head roared towards the sky, while its pillar-like limbs and a silver tail, dozens of feet long, lashed at the surrounding seawater, stirring up colossal waves and white whirlwinds. The entire area was engulfed in a frenzy. However, what truly unnerved Han Li was not just the beast's size. Above the turtle's head, the sky was covered in dense clouds stretching miles long, with arm-thick lightning bolts crisscrossing and forming terrifyingly large electric nets, striking the beast incessantly. The turtle, with its giant waves and whirlwinds, resisted the lightning strikes, remaining unharmed. Yet the ordeal made the beast increasingly agitated, its originally green eyes slowly turning red. Transformation, tribulation. Han Li muttered with a peculiar expression, his gaze flickering. The so-called transformation tribulation referred to the heavenly lightning trial that a level 7 beast had to endure to advance to level 8. After surviving this tribulation, the beast could transform parts of its body into human form. As its cultivation progressed, the degree of transformation varied. It was said that a level 10 beast could become indistinguishable from a human. Although Han Li had read about the transformation tribulation many times in ancient texts, witnessing it firsthand left him uncertain whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate. The fortunate part was that the presence of this beast indicated the nearby sea region indeed had level 8 beasts. Thus, there was hope for obtaining the Millennium Dew. The unfortunate part was that the giant turtle undergoing its tribulation near his cave meant its lair was likely in the same area. Han Li had no desire to have a level 8 beast as a neighbor. Even a newly advanced level 8 beast was not something he wished to deal with. Currently, as a level 7 beast, it couldn't detect his cave's presence. But once it reached level 8, Han Li wasn't confident he could hide his presence from its senses. The beast might find his cave while he was cultivating, bringing trouble his way. High-level beasts were notoriously territorial. Am I going to have to abandon this newly established cave? Han Li felt a surge of frustration, his flying swords rustling restlessly within him. As he emerged from the chamber, the 72 azure bamboo cloud swords had been fully refined. The difficulty of refining the crystal this time far exceeded Han Li's expectations. He initially thought it would take just over half a year, but it ultimately took nearly a full year to complete the refinement. During the remaining time, Han Li seized the opportunity to enter seclusion, focusing specifically on refining his flying swords. If it hadn't been for the disturbance caused by this sea beast, he would have likely continued his seclusion for several more months. Perhaps I should take advantage of the moment when the beast is weakened after the tribulation to launch a sneak attack, If I manage to eliminate it, that would be ideal. If not, I can immediately leave the island and find another place. This thought made Han Li tense up momentarily, but he quickly shook his head to dismiss it. Even with its strength greatly diminished, an 8th-level beast was not something he could handle alone. Han Li wasn't sure how powerful an 8th-level beast was, but he had witnessed the abilities of nascent soul cultivators firsthand. Given such great danger, he would rather relocate his current dwelling. It's a pity the gold-devouring bugs had finished their devouring process and laid new eggs. Otherwise, if he had them with him, he might have considered giving it a try. Watching the numerous lightning bolts intertwining and striking the giant turtle, Han Li sighed and prepared to return to his cave. He had no intention of waiting for the beast to finish its tribulation and discover him lurking nearby, thus inviting trouble. But just as Han Li turned to leave, a sharp whistling sound came from afar, followed by a faint golden light flickering on the horizon. Then, from the opposite direction, the melodious cry of a phoenix echoed, accompanied by a blaze of fiery red light flying towards the same location. Han Li was startled by the scene, but had no time to react. Near the giant turtle, strong winds suddenly rose from another part of the sea, and dozens of thick water columns shot up. Soon, a large area of the sea began to swell, as if some massive creature was about to emerge. Naturally, Han Li was shocked, quickly concealing himself and retreating a distance before he could calmly observe the situation. With a flash of blue light, a completely scarlet giant beast burst out of the sea. As soon as it surfaced, it let out a neighing roar similar to that of a stallion, shaking Han Li's ears with its sheer volume. Startled, Han Li nearly fell from the sky. He hastily gathered his mana to stabilize himself. With the great evolution technique circulating rapidly within him, Han Li stared pale-faced at the giant beast, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Venomous flood dragon, Han Li thought to himself, his face showing a rare expression of fear. This beast, with its bright red color and body length of 100 zhang, looked almost identical to the black flood dragon he had seen before. It was a genuine flood dragon, and moreover, it was the notorious venomous kind among flood dragons. Judging from the substantial spiritual light flowing on its red scales, it was undoubtedly a genuine 8th-level beast. The inexplicable pressure it exerted on him was something Han Li had only ever felt in the presence of nascent soul stage cultivators. Flood dragons were among the few ancient spiritual beasts that had survived since antiquity. Not only did these beasts cultivate much faster than ordinary beasts, but once they achieved their cultivation, their magical powers far exceeded those of beasts of the same level. For purebred flood dragons, even defeating enemies above their level was not impossible. According to the records, although this venomous flood dragon was an 8th-level beast, it wouldn't be at a disadvantage even against a 9th-level beast. This made Han Li's face change color with fear. Han Li almost immediately had the urge to flee, but fortunately, He restrained himself from acting rashly. 2 streaks of light were still shooting towards this place from afar, and it seemed their intentions were not friendly. Escaping amidst the chaos was better than moving recklessly and exposing himself now. Despite this, Han Li quietly draped the blood-colored cloak over himself and made a slight movement with his hands, summoning the 5 elements ring and the flower basket into his hands. Only then did Han Li feel somewhat at ease. By this time, the venomous flood dragon had stopped its long hiss and turned its massive head to glance at the giant turtle still struggling amidst the lightning, a strange look flashing in its eyes. However, a moment later, it emitted a dazzling blue light, and its huge body began to shrink and transform rapidly within the glow. Moments later, a humanoid figure about the size of an ordinary person appeared in its place. The head remained the fierce flood dragon's head, unchanged, but the body and limbs had transformed into a humanoid form, covered with bright red scales, with a large, thick tail swinging behind it. Seeing this flood dragon transform, Han Li was filled with terror. The humanoid, venomous flood dragon stood on the waves barehanded, as if walking on flat ground, without swaying at all. But after transforming into human form, the flood dragon's green eyes casually glanced in the direction where Han Li was hiding. The coldness in its gaze made Han Li feel ice cold all over, and his palms, holding the ancient treasures, were drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, at that moment, the golden light and the red glow from afar arrived almost simultaneously. The venomous flood dragon, immediately ignored, Han Li and coldly looked at the 3 people appearing in the sky. In the golden light was an elderly Taoist with an immortal aura, carrying a treasure sword on his back and holding a horsetail whisk. He wore a dazzling 8-trigram robe, his hand stroking his beard as he scrutinized the humanoid flood dragon with a shocked expression. Amidst his astonishment, a glimmer of greed also flashed in his eyes. Standing not far from the Taoist were 2 middle-aged men who looked remarkably similar, with ghastly pale faces and dazzling red robes. They looked identical, except one carried a large red gourd on his back, and the other held a ghost-headed staff nearly a zhang tall. The 2 men glanced at the giant turtle and the venomous flood dragon below, then looked at the Taoist across from them, saying nothing with expressionless faces. Among the 3, the old Taoist had the cultivation of the early nascent soul stage, while the 2 middle-aged men were only at the late core formation stage. However, what puzzled Han Li was that these 2 men, despite facing the venomous flood dragon and the nascent soul stage Taoist, showed no sign of fear. He, I didn't expect to meet you 2 here, Taoist Huo. What a surprise. The old Taoist suddenly said with a smile after glancing at the 2 robed men. We also didn't expect to encounter Senior Jinxia here. Could it be that Senior intends to hunt these 2 beasts below? If that's the case, my brother and I will leave them to you, said the robed man with the gourd on his back, his face expressionless. The old Taoist felt a pang of frustration upon hearing this. The venomous flood dragon below was equivalent to a 9th-level beast. Even if he was conceited, he didn't think he could handle the dragon alone. If not for his confidence in his powerful treasures, he wouldn't even dare to entertain the idea of fighting the dragon. After a few moments of frowning, the Taoist coughed lightly and straightforwardly said, "You two must be joking. I can't take on the venomous flood dragon alone. Likewise, even if you have the broken sky divine sand, it won't be able to trap the dragon. If we join forces, we might have a chance. Are you two interested in giving it a try? It's been many years since anyone has encountered an 8th-level beast. If we're lucky enough to succeed, I won't take the beast's core, but I must extract the dragon's essence soul," the Taoist Jinxia said slowly, staring at the two robed men. The old Taoist's words seemed to surprise the two robed men. After exchanging a look, they seemed to communicate somehow, and the middle-aged man holding the ghost-headed staff nodded briefly and replied, "All right, since Senior has said so, let's agree on that. My brother and I don't want to miss this opportunity either, so let's give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, the other man flipped his hand, and the red gourd appeared in his hand. Hearing this, the old Taoist was overjoyed and raised his hand, releasing a green jade ring from his sleeve. The ring expanded rapidly and hummed as it grew. The venomous flood dragon, which had been coldly watching the three people, seemed to understand their words. A flash of ferocity passed over it, and without a word, it opened its massive mouth, sending a beam of blood-red light shooting towards the old Taoist. Simultaneously, the flood dragon's body flickered and vanished from the sea surface. In the next moment, it reappeared behind the two robed men as if by teleportation, raising its hands, its 10 fingers glowing blue, and striking down fiercely. With a loud clang, a massive green hand suddenly intercepted the attack. It was the ghost-headed staff of the robed cultivator, which had transformed into a towering, menacing ghost, saving them. Even so, the Huo brothers were greatly startled. Their usually lifeless faces showed a trace of fear. Simultaneously, they lightly released the red gourd. Following a phoenix-like cry, countless red crystalline sands surged out from the gourd, instantly transforming an area of over 100 zhang into a fiery red world, trapping the venomous flood dragon within. Meanwhile, the blood-red light emitted by the flood dragon intertwined and battled fiercely with the jade ring shot out by the old Taoist. Seeing the Taoist's serious expression, not daring to let the blood-red light approach, it was clear that the light was also exceptionally dangerous. The venomous flood dragon, forced to fight 3 opponents, was obviously stalling for time for the giant turtle's tribulation. Similarly, the old Taoist and the 2 robed men were cautious of the venomous flood dragon fleeing if things turned unfavorable, preferring to gradually deplete its magic power before striking decisively. As for the giant turtle, even if it survived the tribulation, it would be severely weakened and no longer a threat. Thus, the 3 cultivators and the flood dragon battled fiercely in the sky, while the tribulation of the giant turtle below reached a critical stage. No longer struck by individual bolts of lightning, the turtle was now bombarded by clusters of silver lightning balls, making it tremble and roar incessantly. Seeing this, Han Li, hidden nearby, was overjoyed. He had no foolish thoughts of reaping the benefits from this battle, as the level of combat was beyond his reach. The victor, whether beast or human, could easily deal with a mere early core formation stage cultivator like him. Now, with a rare chance to escape, he poured all his magic power into the blood-colored cloak, transforming into a streak of blood light and speeding away. Han Li's astonishing escape light startled the three cultivators and the flood dragon in their battle, but they quickly ignored it. The blood light speed was impressive, yet it revealed Han Li's cultivation level at a glance. To them, an early core formation stage cultivator was insignificant. Fearing his cave might be discovered by the beasts and cultivators, Han Li's blood light did not head towards the fog sea, but chose another direction to flee. Using the incredible speed of the blood-colored cloak, Han Li escaped several thousand li in one breath. Only after ensuring there was no pursuit did he relax, switching to a normal escape light and continuing to fly. After flying for most of the day, Han Li finally found a deserted island to rest. After lingering in the nearby sea for several days, estimating that the battle had likely ended, Han Li cautiously flew back. As expected, the area near the fog sea was now calm, with no sign of beasts, cultivators, or lightning. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Standing on the sea surface, Han Li pondered for a moment, then slowly extended his divine sense to scan the area. Suddenly, he sensed something, and with a flash of green light, dove into the sea. After a short while, Han Li emerged from the water, holding an item in each hand. One item was a several-meter-long strip, shimmering with silver light, a part of the giant turtle's tail. The other was half of a ghost head staff, still radiating an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. It was hard to determine the victor of that great battle. After the tribulation, they likely pursued each other out of the nearby sea area. At the level of nascent soul cultivators and 8th-tier demon beasts, whether cultivators sought to slay demons for their cores or beasts wanted to devour the cultivators' nascent souls, it was not an easy task. The weaker side could more easily escape if they couldn't win. Han Li looked at the two items in his hands with a serious expression. After some thought, he threw both items back into the sea. Even though the possibility was low, Han Li didn't want to risk being tracked because of these items and bring trouble upon himself. After carefully scanning the surroundings to ensure no hidden cultivators or demon beasts were nearby, he flew towards the misty sea. Seeing the protective formation outside his cave was intact, Han Li finally relaxed and hurried inside. Originally, Han Li had planned to relocate from this island before the great battle started. However, after witnessing the battle between the three cultivators and the demon beasts, he changed his mind. Whether the giant turtle was dead or alive, it was severely injured. Even if its nest was in this sea area, it would definitely move away after such a fright. Finding another hidden island would not be easy. Even if found, who knows if there were other high-level demon beasts lurking nearby. Thus, this place seemed safer in comparison. However, Han Li did not let his guard down. He set up several more illusion arrays on the island and established 2 fake caves in other parts of the mountain, concealed with restrictions. This way, if powerful enemies invaded, he would have a chance to escape. After completing all these preparations, Han Li finally felt somewhat at ease. He was unaware that the battle he witnessed that day would spark an important conflict between the Starfall Sea demons and cultivators. The enraged Starfall Sea aquatic dragon tribe joined the high-tier demon beasts in slaughtering human cultivators, causing great losses. Seeing that the cave remained safe after some time, Han Li soon put the battle out of his mind. He focused on crafting trapping formation tools for future demon hunts. Facing high-tier demon beasts of the 6th and 7th levels, he could not afford any carelessness. During this time, the devouring gold silkworms finally laid their eggs. Han Li was initially delighted, but then puzzled by the sight of the eggs. Although still white, they had noticeable black spots on their surfaces. Could it be? Han Li first thought the devouring gold silkworms had advanced to a mature form, but quickly dismissed the idea. The previous generation of gold silkworms, though powerful, was still far from the legendary near-immortal mature form. They couldn't have evolved completely so quickly. Reflecting further, Han Li thought of the countless ironfire ants the gold silkworms had devoured. Could consuming so many ironfire ants have triggered an unexpected evolution? Curiosity piqued. Han Li suppressed his excitement and set up a control formation to recognize these eggs as their master. He then checked on the golden silkworms next door. Except for the 2 that had ingested the 5-colored pearls, the rest had gradually died despite receiving spirit medicine. Even the 2 that survived showed no signs of recovery despite the miraculous properties of the pearls. Han Li gave up hope for them. He prepared some nixie grass to see if it would induce egg-laying, similar to the gold silkworms. He had already confirmed that the 5-colored pearls were beneficial and harmless. Half a month later, Han Li finished crafting the formation tools. He fed the nixie grass to the golden silkworms and then retreated to his meditation chamber to consume the 5-colored pearls. He had 6 left after using 1 small pearl initially. Sitting cross-legged in the chamber, Han Li calmly looked at the pearls in the box. Having made his decision, he didn't hesitate and deftly picked up a pearl, placing it in his mouth. To his surprise, the pearl, which should have been hard, became soft and slightly bitter, making it easy to swallow. A warm sensation rose in his abdomen. Han Li frowned slightly and used his divine sense to inspect it. The 5-colored pearl was intact, emitting a faint glow. After a moment's contemplation, Han Li made a hand seal, releasing a thin blue flame from his golden core to envelop the pearl and begin refining it. The warmth turned into a scorching sensation. Han Li closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. 2 months later, the pearl was completely refined, though he didn't notice any immediate changes. After some hesitation, he began refining a second one. A year passed quickly. When Han Li emerged from his meditation chamber, he had refined all 6 pearls. He felt that his absorption and conversion of spiritual energy had improved slightly, making him very happy. These 5-colored pearls' effects had just begun. However, his joy was short-lived. After consuming sufficient nixie grass, the golden silkworms did lay hundreds of eggs, but all were dead. The pair of silkworms died after laying the eggs, leaving Han Li speechless as he stood outside the insect room. Although disappointed, Han Li at least confirmed the properties of nixie grass. He had suspected that consuming it while the leaves were developing could induce high-tier demon beasts to reproduce, but hadn't had the chance to test it. The golden silkworm's situation supported his hypothesis. High-tier and rare demon beasts had great difficulty reproducing, which explained their eagerness when the grass bloomed. As Han Li brooded over the golden silkworms, the devouring gold silkworm eggs hatched a few days later, bringing him a pleasant surprise. The newly hatched silkworms looked similar to the previous ones, but had black stripes on their gold shells and felt different spiritually. Han Li confirmed that the excessive consumption of ironfire ants had caused these new devouring gold silkworms to differ from the norm. Curious about their unique abilities, Han Li took a spirit beast bag of the silkworms into the chamber for testing. When he emerged hours later, he couldn't hide his excitement. These new silkworms were far more powerful than expected, giving him greater confidence for his upcoming demon hunts. Han Li planned to set out to gather high-level demon cores. He would naturally bring along his array tools and nixie grass. The blood jade spider and the weeping soul beast would also accompany him, as they would undoubtedly be useful. However, he was concerned about the spiritual herbs and plants in his cave, especially the 9-twist spirit ginseng. These could not be transplanted and carried away. Since he didn't know how long he would be gone, and the 9-twist spirit ginseng needed to remain grounded, he decided to leave some of the newly hatched devouring gold silkworms in the cave. He gave them a simple command: kill any intruding cultivators or demon beasts. This way, unless a nascent soul-level cultivator or an 8th-level demon beast broke in, the cave would be secure. The soul-nurturing wood, after over 2 years of growth spurred by the green liquid, had finally matured. Like the heavenly thunder bamboo, once it reached 10,000 years of age, it could no longer grow any further, regardless of how much green liquid was applied. Han Li, of course, would not let this precious wood go to waste. He carved the foot-long soul-nurturing wood into a dozen thumb-sized, jet-black beads and strung them together with a golden thread to wear around his neck. Without the need for any special refinement, simply wearing these beads would provide the best benefits for nourishing and cultivating his soul. After taking care of everything in his cave, Han Li left quietly 3 days later, slipping out of the mist sea without a trace. With the nixie grass in hand, Han Li had no intention of venturing into the abyss. That place was teeming with cultivators and 8th level or higher demon beasts, making it unsuitable for using the green liquid to set up formations and eliminate demons. With the Nixie grass's ability to attract demons, any sea region would do just as well for him. Thus, he aimed to find a suitable coral island to carry out his plans. With this in mind, Han Li looked towards the west and shot off in that direction, disappearing in an instant. A month later, Han Li landed on a crimson coral reef. Although he had passed several coral islands on his journey, he avoided them to prevent any potential troubles that might arise from being too close to his cave. He continued flying until he reached this remote location. Though it couldn't be called a coral island, this place was more than sufficient for transplanting the Nixie grass. Han Li decided to commence his first battle to exterminate demons and harvest cores here. He meticulously set up 4 formations around the coral reef, sealing the area off completely. Then, with great care, he transplanted the Nixie grass into the center of the formations. To attract 6th level demon beasts, he would need to nurture the Nixie grass to around 400 years of maturity. This meant he would need roughly a month to lure in the desired demons. However, he wouldn't be idle during this period. He would use the time to further prepare and refine his methods for the upcoming battles. 7 years later, above a certain sea area in the outer Star Sea, a group of more than 10 cultivators of varying cultivation levels was flying slowly at low altitude, looking around as if searching for something. Among these cultivators, most were at the foundation establishment stage, with only 3 at the forefront being at the core formation stage, 1 at mid-core formation, and 2 at early core formation. Brother Q, are you sure the 6th level demon beast is around here? We've been searching this area for several days now, expanding our search range again and again. Could the information be wrong? Asked a middle-aged cultivator with a pale golden complexion, showing a hint of impatience. His question was directed at an old man with a vulture-like face and a sinister expression beside him. This old man was the highest-ranking mid-core formation cultivator among them. Friend Min, there's no need to be so anxious. The information we received only provided a general location. A few days' discrepancy is normal. This is still better than wandering aimlessly in other sea areas. I trust that the one who gave me the information wouldn't dare to deceive me, the old man replied calmly. What if the demon beast has already left this sea area, or this place isn't even its lair? Another fierce-looking man chimed in. Impossible. It's a rare glazed beast. We just scanned the seabed with our divine senses and found it full of its favorite 3-colored algae. Its lair can't be far from here, the vulture-faced old man assured them. The old man's authority seemed high among the 3, and after hearing his words, the other 2 fell silent and continued to search the area with their divine senses. As for the foundation establishment cultivators trailing behind, most of them were their juniors and disciples, naturally not daring to interrupt. Led by the 3, the group continued searching this sea area for half a day, yet they found nothing. Even the vulture-faced old man began to frown slightly. Hey, back in the abyss, even if we didn't get results every month, we could still obtain 3 or 4 high-level demon cores a year. But since we left there, we've only caught 2 high-level demon beasts in 2 years, not even enough for each of us to get a demon core, complained the pale, golden-faced cultivator named Min, full of frustration. Enough. You know the current situation in the abyss. Brother Min going there now isn't hunting demons, but courting death. The fierce-looking man responded with a bitter smile. It's truly bizarre. The abyss wasn't exactly safe before, but as long as you were careful and avoided the central area, you could live comfortably. But since the demon beast riot 2 years ago, the entire abyss has become a forbidden zone. High-level cultivators entering it have nearly all perished. Even last year, a group of nascent soul elders entered the central area together and barely escaped with their lives, with one of them returning as a nascent soul only. This place has indeed become dangerous, the fierce-looking man added with a shudder. The friend here speaks some truth. Although the demons in the abyss haven't stepped out so far, who knows when they might go berserk and surge out. It's not impossible. We must stay vigilant, the vulture-faced old man said after a moment of silence, his face twitching slightly. It's a mess right now with the Star Palace and the Rebel-Star Alliance still at war. The teleportation array can only be used to exit, not enter. We can't even leave if we wanted to, Min sighed, looking helpless. HMPH. That's not necessarily true, the fierce-looking man retorted, showing a disdainful expression. So, does Brother Xuan have another way? Min asked, intrigued. Heh, I've heard that some people on Kiyuan Island are selling teleportation talismans at high prices. Though they're rare, some have managed to return to the inner star sea using them, the fierce-looking man said in a low, mysterious voice. Is that true? Then Min began excitedly, but the vulture-faced old man interrupted with a cold snort. Don't get your hopes up. Even if you get a teleportation talisman, would you really dare return to Tianxing City? The inner star sea is more dangerous than Kiyuan Island. You'll just end up as cannon fodder in the war. Here, at least the areas outside the abyss are still safe. If anything happens, we can always hide on some deserted island. It's better than getting involved in that mess, the old man said, his eyes gleaming. The 2 men exchanged glances, feeling that while the old man's method was a bit simplistic, it seemed plausible. Just as they were about to discuss it further with the old man, a deep, coarse roar echoed from a distance, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Leolibast. The cultivator named Min, and the fierce-looking man looked at each other and almost simultaneously exclaimed, their faces filled with joy. That is indeed the cry of a Leolibast. It seems someone has found it before us. Let's move. Don't expose our presence and act according to the situation, the vulture-faced old man said coldly, a hint of fierceness flashing across his face. The other 2 nodded in understanding. The 3 immediately transformed into streaks of light and flew off, vanishing midway as their light dimmed. The group of Foundation establishment cultivators behind them also quickly followed, their expressions tense. In no time, the three-core formation cultivators silently arrived near a coral island several miles wide. The deafening roar of the demon beast came from here. As expected, they saw a scene that didn't surprise them. A massive, crystal-clear, translucent sea beast was trapped within a red light barrier on the island. The beast, over 10 zhang in size, was emitting countless milky white threads, desperately trying to cut through the red light surrounding it, looking ferocious. However, this wasn't what the three were most concerned about. Their gazes were fixed on another figure. In midair above the island stood a young man in a light blue robe. He stood motionless with his hands behind his back, looking relaxed. Brother Q, this man is just at the early core formation stage. Shall we make a move? The fierce-looking cultivator named Xuan said excitedly through voice transmission, his voice filled with joy. Don't rush. Check if there are others hidden nearby. We don't want to fall into a trap, the vulture-faced old man replied, suppressing his urge to act, speaking cautiously. Brother Min, Brother Q is right. A lone early core formation cultivator daring to lure a Leolibast is odd. There might be some trick here, Min added, showing his meticulous nature by warning. The fierce-looking man was also alarmed by these words. He quickly extended his divine sense to search the surroundings, but found nothing unusual. At that moment, the blue-robed youth in the sky also made his move. With a single wave of his hand, 7 streaks of green light shot out, merging into a giant green sword over 10 zhang long, descending from the sky with a thunderous sound. The Leolibast seemed aware of the danger. It opened its mouth and spat out a white crystal ball. The crystal ball grew larger as it faced the falling giant sword. As the sword descended, a terrifying thunderous sound erupted. With a loud boom, the sword collided with the crystal ball. In that instant, the giant sword seemed to blur. With a swish, a duplicate of the giant sword shot out from the green light, disappearing in a flash and reappearing above the Leolibast's head, silently slicing down. The demon beast let out a desperate roar, its body emitting white threads upward in an attempt to block the strike and escape. However, with a swishing sound, the giant sword sliced through the Leolibast's massive head effortlessly. Green blood spurted out. Witnessing the youth's instant kill, the 3-core formation cultivators were stunned. Was that really a Leolibast? This beast was notoriously difficult among 6th-level demon beasts. Yet this youth had slain it in an instant. This was unbelievable. Could he be a late-core formation cultivator disguising his true strength? The 3 repeatedly confirmed with their divine senses, but the blue-robed youth, now descending beside the demon beast's corpse, was indeed at the early core formation stage. However, even if the 3 of them teamed up, they could not kill a 6th-level Leolibast so effortlessly. Could the young cultivator be hiding his true cultivation level? The vulture-faced old man and his companions were filled with suspicion and unease. "Brother Q, should we make a move? It seems he's alone here." The vicious man's voice was tinged with nervousness. The old man with the beak-like face stared down, a hint of doubt appearing on his face, but he didn't respond immediately. It wasn't until he saw the young man in blue take out a black bowl and begin extracting the soul of the Liuli beast that his expression changed dramatically, fear flickering in his eyes. "This man seems odd. Maybe we should forget it. There's no need to provoke someone whose background we don't know." The cultivator surnamed Min was startled by the old man's reaction, but then frowned slightly, probing with his question. The three of them had managed to survive and thrive in the outer star sea because they were extremely cautious. The current situation gave Min a strange feeling, making him hesitant. "Forget it. Now it's not a matter of whether we should act, but whether we can leave here alive," the old man with the beak-like face muttered after a moment, flashing a bitter smile with his cryptic comment. This statement stunned the vicious man and the cultivator surnamed Min. They knew the old man's character well enough to realize he wouldn't say such things without reason, and they exchanged worried glances. "Don't you two realize how much this man resembles a certain notorious devil circulating in recent rumors?" The old man with the beak-like face licked his lips, speaking in a low, bitter voice. "A devil, you mean? What, that person?" The two men were initially confused, but then they cried out in shock, their faces filled with fear. "But isn't that person known for controlling numerous flying insects? This person hasn't used any insect-controlling techniques. Could it be a coincidence?" The vicious man turned pale, his voice trembling slightly as if the person mentioned by the old man was an extremely terrifying figure. "Brother Q is probably right. That devil usually appears with early core formation cultivation and also loves extracting the souls of beasts. As for not releasing the insects just now, he probably didn't find it necessary." The golden-faced cultivator's complexion turned a bit pale, and his voice dropped. "So the person in front of us could really be the rumored insect devil. Shouldn't we leave quickly? If we encounter this devil, we won't survive." The vicious man showed a frightened expression. "Don't panic. If it's truly the insect devil, he was focused on the Liuli beast just now and didn't notice us. Now that he's killed the beast, rash movements might expose us." The old man with the beak-like face maintained some composure and said calmly. Hearing this, the other two exchanged glances, finding it reasonable, and dared not move. But after staring at the young man extracting the soul for a while, the vicious man seemed to recall something and whispered, "I heard that 4 years ago, this insect devil had a conflict with a group of cultivators over a 7th-level beast. He killed 7 or 8 core formation cultivators, with only 1 late core formation cultivator escaping. Are these rumors true?" "They are likely true. The surviving cultivator was a master from the Biyun sect. All his companions were killed in that battle, causing the Biyun sect, one of the top 5 powers on Kiyuan Island, to lose nearly a third of its members, drastically weakening their strength. The Biyun sect's grand elder, real person Myohu, was furious and repeatedly went out to hunt this insect devil, but all efforts were in vain. Many speculate that even if Myohu found this devil, he wouldn't be able to do much. Given the devil's abilities, he could be a newly emerged nascent soul stage master. Other powers on Kiyuan Island are also eyeing this insect devil, seemingly wanting to recruit him, the golden-faced cultivator explained, swallowing hard. Nascent soul stage? Not necessarily. I heard another theory that the insect devil's strength isn't due to his cultivation, but his swarm of strange insects. They say in that battle, he didn't use any other treasures, only releasing countless flying insects to devour the core formation cultivators alive, not lifting a finger. That's why he's called the insect devil. The old man with the beak-like face shook his head in disagreement. But just now, Brother Q saw it too. This person didn't use any insects, yet he killed the Liulai beast with one sword. Even a late core formation cultivator might not manage that. He must be a nascent soul stage elder in disguise, the golden-faced cultivator insisted. The old man showed disapproval, but was interrupted by the vicious man. Whether the insect devil is a nascent soul cultivator or not doesn't matter. He could kill us effortlessly. I'm more worried about his infamous reputation. It's said that anyone encountering this devil gets fed to his insects. He's killed over 100 cultivators in the past few years, making everyone fearful, the vicious man said, looking increasingly pale. The golden-faced cultivator grew more worried, looking at the young man below and exhaling. The insect devil is indeed ruthless and bloodthirsty. Recently, many cultivators have been killed and robbed, with many pointing to this devil. We foolishly walked right into his trap. Hearing this, the old man's face darkened. He, too, was extremely fearful of the insect devil's reputation. Below, the young man in blue finished extracting the Liulai beast's soul and put it into the black bowl. He then retrieved a white inner core from the beast's body and stored it in his pouch. Suddenly, the young man looked around. The 3 hidden cultivators held their breath, not daring to move. But to their dismay, the young man's gaze stopped at their hiding spot, and he sneered, "Have you 3 seen enough? Why not show yourselves and have a chat?" Hearing this, the 3 cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. "Run," someone shouted among them. The 3 immediately turned into streaks of light, fleeing in different directions. I haven't finished speaking. Why leave so quickly? Afraid I'll eat you? The young man murmured, a hint of doubt on his face. Then his expression darkened and he waved his hands, releasing 3 spirit beast bags into the air. Swarms of 3-colored beetles poured out, covering the sky. This young man was Han Lei, just returning from the deep sea. The 3 cultivators, seeing this, turned even paler and sped up. But then, a light hum came from Han Li, and the swarms of beetles gathered in the air, forming 3 giant spears. With a sharp whistle, the spears shot out in 3 different directions, moving incredibly fast. The sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the spears quickly disappeared, pursuing the fleeing cultivators. Han Li, meanwhile, didn't chase, but calmly cut the Liuli beast's skin with a green light. The beast's skin was excellent for making armor, and Han Li didn't want to waste it. After turning the beast's remains to ashes, Han Li collected the nearby formation tools and the rainbow-colored herbs on the coral island. As he finished, 3 streaks of light appeared in the distance, approaching. It was the 3 cultivators, returning with their heads bowed, each wearing a 3-colored collar around their necks. Seeing this, Han Li stroked his chin and smiled coldly. The 3 cultivators landed in front of Han Li, looking defeated. Han Li smiled warmly and asked, "Can you 3 tell me why you ran away upon seeing me? Do you know who I am?" Hearing Han Li's words, the dove-faced elder and the other 2 couldn't help but look at each other in astonishment. What was the intent behind this question from the bug demon? Was he planning to toy with them before killing them? "If you want to take our lives, go ahead. Why bother with such words?" The fierce man steeled himself and spoke harshly, throwing caution to the wind. "That's strange. Did I say something inappropriate just now?" Han Li's face darkened, turning cold abruptly. "We truly didn't know that Senior was here hunting the beast. Otherwise, we would never have dared to disturb Senior Bug Demon. We stumbled upon this place by accident and meant no harm. We hope Senior can show mercy." The cultivator surnamed Min seemed to see a glimmer of hope from Han Li's actions. Regaining some color in his face, he pleaded bitterly. "Bug Demon, are you referring to me?" Han Li's eyebrows furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. "Are you not Senior Bug Demon?" The dove-faced elder, who had resigned himself to his fate, murmured in surprise and doubt. "It seems there might be a misunderstanding." Han Li chuckled, then hesitated for a moment before waving his hand. 3 cyan incantations shot toward the collars on their necks. Immediately, the tricolored collars disintegrated with a low hum, turning back into countless beetles that swarmed back into the spirit beast bags at Han Li's waist. Seeing this, the 3, who had narrowly escaped death, were both shocked and elated. Although still filled with confusion, they were now inclined to believe they might have indeed mistaken his identity. If he were truly the infamous Bug Demon, he wouldn't bother with such tricks. Having witnessed Han Li's formidable methods, they stood respectfully, not daring to make any rash moves. "It seems we indeed mistook you for someone else. The real Bug Demon wouldn't let us off so easily. May I ask for your esteemed name?" The dove-faced elder forced a smile, trying to appear amicable. He understood clearly that even if this person wasn't the Bug Demon, his abilities were no less formidable. Killing them would be as easy as crushing ants, so he didn't dare show any disrespect. Han Li smiled slightly and was about to speak when he suddenly looked up into the sky. "It seems your companions have arrived," he said leisurely, gazing upwards. The dove-faced elder was stunned, but then raised his head to look in the same direction. Seeing nothing but empty sky, he felt puzzled. "We did bring some disciples along. They should be arriving soon," the elder replied, still somewhat skeptical. No sooner had he finished speaking than a string of light dots appeared in the sky. It was indeed the lagging Foundation establishment disciples. Compared to the three elders, their speed was much slower, and they had only just arrived. Seeing this, the dove-faced elder's expression changed. This showed that Han Li's divine sense far surpassed his own, increasing his apprehension. Han dislikes crowds. Have your disciples settle elsewhere. I'll be waiting on the other side of the island. I have a few questions to ask, and I hope you won't disappear, Han Li said, eyeing them meaningfully before flying off in a streak of cyan light. The three heaved a sigh of relief. Though uncertain whether the young man was truly the bug demon, he seemed to harbor no lethal intent, for now at least. The dove-faced elder spoke a few serious words in a low voice, to which the cultivator surnamed Min nodded before flying up to meet the approaching disciples. After saying something to them, the disciples obediently landed on the edge of the island, not gathering with the elders. The cultivator surnamed Min then returned, looking heavy-hearted. "Brother Q, should we go?" The fierce man hesitated, asking in a low voice. "Don't get any foolish ideas. You saw his methods. Do you think we can escape? Just answer his questions honestly. Treat him like a nascent soul stage elder, and we should be fine. His abilities suggest he won't needlessly kill us," the dove-faced elder warned sternly. "Brother Q is right. This person doesn't seem like a ruthless killer. Let's not act recklessly," the cultivator surnamed Min agreed. Though the fierce man disagreed internally, seeing the other two's determination, he kept his thoughts to himself. The three, then, obediently flew to the other side of the coral island. Han Li sat cross-legged on a flat coral reef, waiting for them. "Friends, let's sit down and talk. Explain to me what has been happening recently in the Kiyuan Island Sea region. On my way back from the deep sea, I encountered several waves of cultivators. I remember this area used to be seldom visited by cultivators. Weren't they all hunting sea beasts in the abyss? Of course, I am also curious about this bug demon," Han Li said casually, gesturing to the three to sit down. Seeing Han Li's calm demeanor, the dove-faced elder and his companions grew even more uneasy. They respectfully responded and then cautiously sat nearby. "Friend, you haven't been to Kiyuan Island for 2 or 3 years, right? The deep sea region has long been a forbidden zone for us cultivators. Nowadays, not only is it dangerous to hunt sea beasts there, but just mentioning the abyss makes people shudder," the dove-faced elder said with a bitter smile. "Oh, please elaborate," Han Li said softly, his expression unchanged. "This matter is a long story. It all started 2 years ago when the sea beasts went berserk." The dove-faced elder, seeing Han Li listening attentively, felt slightly relieved. After a brief pause, he truthfully recounted the events of the abyssal upheaval and how even nascent soul stage cultivators returned empty-handed. Han Li sat quietly, listening. After hearing the entire story, he frowned slightly and murmured to himself, "So, The berserk sea beasts in the abyss caused significant casualties among high-level cultivators. Even nascent soul stage cultivators couldn't stand their ground. No wonder so many cultivators have appeared in other sea regions. Outwardly, Han Li seemed unmoved by the elder's account, but internally he was quite shocked. The sea beasts in the abyss had gone berserk. Even several nascent soul stage cultivators had entered and fled in defeat. He couldn't help but sense a foreboding omen from this. Could the outer star sea be heading towards chaos as well? Now tell me about this bug demon. You mistook me for him at first sight. Do I really resemble him that much? Han Li paused, then asked with interest. His question made the three exchange glances and looks. How to put it? At first glance, you do resemble the bug demon in the stories. You both use multiple cyan flying swords, look young, appear to be at the core formation stage, and can command thousands of flying insects, the cultivator surnamed Min said, coughing awkwardly. With each sentence, his voice grew lower. The more he spoke, the more he realized how much this young man matched the description of the bug demon, making him feel increasingly uneasy. Interesting, it does sound like you're describing me. Please tell me more about what this bug demon has done. He seems to have quite a reputation, Han Li asked, a flicker of interest in his eyes, yet his tone remained calm. There are many tales about the bug demon, but the most famous is when he single-handedly used his swarm to kill 7 or 8 core formation stage cultivators 4 years ago. This was his rise to infamy, the cultivator surnamed Min explained cautiously. Hearing this, Han Li's face remained unchanged, but his heart skipped a beat. Not only the cultivator surnamed Min, but also the dove-faced elder and the fierce man surnamed Xuan felt their hearts in their throats, unsure if their previous words had angered the young man in front of them. Who knew? He might actually be the bug demon himself. Interesting. It seems this bug demon has quite a notorious reputation. Do any of you know what he looks like? And do his flying insects resemble mine? Han Li asked with a light smile, showing no signs of anger. His appearance? I haven't heard any detailed descriptions, only that he looks quite ordinary. As for his flying insects, they are said to be gold and silver in color. Wait, your insects are 3-colored, so you can't be him. The cultivator surnamed Min initially stammered, but then realized the difference, exclaiming in relief. The dove-faced elder and the fierce man also seemed to wake up to this fact, and their spirits lifted simultaneously. If he wasn't the bug demon, their lives would be much safer. Of course, we will definitely keep this to ourselves and not cause you any trouble. We'll take our leave now, the dove-faced elder said, suppressing his excitement, and cautiously asked for permission to leave. Han Li nodded with a faint smile. The three immediately bowed to him, stood up, and hurriedly flew away. A short while later, on the other side of the small island, the dove-faced elder and his companions, along with their sect members, eagerly left the island and flew off into the distant sky. Han Li, who had stood up at some point, watched them until their figures disappeared. Only then did his expression turn grim. Although it would have been easy for him to kill this group of cultivators, Han Li had no intention of doing so. He was not a bloodthirsty person. Moreover, whether they revealed his presence here didn't matter much. This sea region was far from his cave abode. If he had encountered these three near the Fog Sea Island, he wouldn't have let any of them live. Besides, he planned to return to his cave and go into seclusion for at least 20 or 30 years. Let those who sought trouble with him waste their time in the outer Star Sea. But the name Bug Demon was indeed quite an evil moniker. Aside from the time he was forced to use his devouring golden insects to eliminate the cultivators of the Biyun sect, when had he ever engaged in such murderous acts? Clearly, someone was framing him. Although Han Li wasn't furious, he felt deeply frustrated. Thinking of his enemies in the outer Star Sea, it seemed the Biyun sect was the only possibility. Back then, due to the dangers posed by high-level sea beasts, Han Li hadn't ventured deep into the outer Star Sea. He only stayed on the outskirts, using rainbow garments grass to lure and hunt beasts for their cores. One time, after trapping a level 7 sea beast, he encountered a group of 7 or 8 core formation stage cultivators. They arrogantly claimed to be from the Biyun sect and tried to kill him for his treasures. Han Li had no choice but to release tens of thousands of devouring golden insects to wipe them out. In his view, once he decided to act, it was best to leave no witnesses. Unexpectedly, despite killing most of the cultivators, one late core formation stage cultivator managed to escape, protected by a powerful ancient treasure. Han Li knew that the Biyun sect was one of the major powers on Kiyuan Island. Left with no choice, he ventured into the deep sea to evade his new enemies. Luck was on his side. During his years in the deep sea, he didn't encounter any level 8 or higher sea beasts. The most dangerous situation involved a group of level 7 sea beasts, which kept him busy for a while. However, with the help of his devouring golden insects and magical treasures, he managed to handle them. After years of hunting in the deep sea, he had amassed hundreds of level 6 and 7 beast cores, more than enough for his alchemical needs. He also collected a large amount of various beast materials. With his goals met, he decided to return. But upon returning to this sea region, he accidentally discovered a Liolai beast. Han Li certainly wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by, so he set up an array to trap and kill the Liolai beast. Unexpectedly, this attracted the dove-faced elder and his 2 companions, who were terrified and called him the Bug Demon. This naturally left Han Li feeling frustrated. The most likely scenario was that the Biyun sect, unable to find him, had concocted the Bug Demon, knowing his ability to control insects and use the azure bamboo cloud-splitting sword. Clearly, they intended to tarnish his reputation, making it impossible for him to find refuge in the outer Star Sea. They also aimed to lure him out, and perhaps even had someone impersonate him to kill and rob, achieving two goals at once. Unfortunately for them, Han Li had spent these years in the deep sea, rendering their efforts futile. However, Han Li was puzzled by one point. Finding another high-level cultivator skilled in insect control wasn't difficult. Even finding insects similar to his devouring golden insects was relatively easy. But if it were really the Bee sect behind this, why would the impersonator use gold and silver insects instead of imitating his three-colored devouring golden insects, which were used during the battle with the Bee sect cultivators? That escaping core formation cultivator wouldn't have gotten this detail wrong. And those who knew the color of his devouring golden insects before their evolution were from his time, before coming to the outer star sea. Could it be the old monsters from the virtual heaven temple had tracked him here? Thinking this through, Han Li's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed dramatically. If this were the case, the situation would indeed be dire. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Han Li suddenly stamped his foot and, without any warning, soared into the sky. He transformed into a streak of blue light, heading towards the Fog Sea Island. In the flying light, Han Li's expression remained calm, with a hint of a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He had just figured it out. Whether it was the Bee sect stirring up trouble or those old monsters trying to force him out, there was no need to worry much about it. The situation in the outer star sea had become strange due to the abyssal sea beasts. He originally planned to return to his cave abode and cultivate in seclusion for many years. This would allow him to avoid the danger and improve his cultivation. Once his cultivation level increased, even if he truly became this notorious bug demon, who would dare challenge him? In the world of cultivation, only the strong have the right to speak. With this mindset, Han Li flew away without any further doubts. Meanwhile, in a secret room in Haishi City on Kiyuan Island, two people were having a mysterious conversation in the dark. "Brother Chi, it's been 2 or 3 years now. Does your method really work? I can't waste 7 or 8 years here just waiting for that kid to take the bait," a cold voice said impatiently. "Friend Wu, this matter cannot be rushed. Aren't you using your divine sense to scan every corner of Haishi City every day? If that kid disguises himself and enters the city, he won't escape your notice," a hoarse voice responded calmly. The owner of the first voice was none other than the long-unseen Jai Yin patriarch. At this moment, he still had the same pale, middle-aged appearance, but his expression was extremely gloomy, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. "HMPH, according to your method, I sent several disciples to impersonate that kid, killing and robbing everywhere, but there's been no effect. You're not hiding something for another purpose, are you? I don't believe a large sect like the Bee sect can't find a mere core formation stage cultivator," Jai Yin Patriarch said with displeasure. "Cough, Brother Wu, you're wronging me. We've been friends for many years, haven't we? How could I be such a person? Besides, my sect also has a deep grudge against that kid and has never stopped tracking him. the hoarse voice's owner, a middle-aged Taoist in a robe with a white crane pattern and a face full of white pockmarks, replied. Despite his appearance, he had an aura of extraordinary presence with a faint glow of jade-like light on his face. However, Brother Wu, I'm very curious. What exactly did that kid do to anger you so much that you dared to sneak into Tianxing City and then teleport here? You always use the excuse of your grandson dying at his hands, but I find that hard to believe, the Taoist said with a curious, smiling expression. When the Taoist heard this, Patriarch Jai Yin frowned inwardly and cursed to himself, old fox. However, he didn't show any change in his expression. Brother Qi, it seems you've asked this question more than once. I've already explained that the boy surnamed Han treacherously attacked my grandson in the Void Heaven Palace, so I must capture him alive and extract his soul. Patriarch Jai Yin's face turned severe as he spoke coldly. When Brother Wu first said this 2 years ago, I naturally believed you. But now, so much time has passed. You've neglected the Xuanian island and stayed here without even paying attention to the war at your own alliance. Do you think I would believe you're only here to avenge your grandson? The Taoist shook his head lightly, looking unconvinced. Moreover, during these 2 years, besides Brother Wu's sudden visit to this island, a grand elder named Xuanji from the Wanfa sect also came quietly. Furthermore, at least 2 or 3 unidentified nascent soul cultivators have also sneaked into the island's waters in disguise. Since when has Qiyuan Island become so attractive to draw such high-level individuals? It wasn't until a few days ago that I received definite information that these people, like Brother Wu, are also looking for that insect-controlling boy surnamed Han. Don't tell me these fellow Taoists are also seeking revenge for a grandson. The Taoist, as if wanting to lay everything out, stared at Patriarch Jai Yin with a faint smile. Patriarch Jai Yin felt a chill in his heart. His face darkened, and he remained silent. Brother Wu, there's no need to hide anymore. No matter what big secret that boy surnamed Han holds, now that so many people know about it, one more person won't make a difference. It might even be advantageous for you to be honest with me. Moreover, besides your disciples appearing as insect demons, there are other cultivators impersonating this person to muddy the waters. The Taoist, seeing Patriarch Jai Yin's hesitation, continued to persuade him calmly. HMPH, since Brother Qi already knows so much, why not figure out the secret yourself? Why bother asking me? Patriarch Jai Yin finally replied in a bad mood. I believe that even if Brother Wu doesn't tell me the truth, I can uncover the whole matter within 6 months. But by then, more than just our Biyun sect will know about it. I don't want to see that happen. So why not cooperate with me now? The Taoist didn't hide his intentions at all. Patriarch Jai Yin's face changed several times after hearing this. He sighed after some thought and reluctantly said to the Taoist with a bitter smile, Sai, it's not that I wanted to deceive anyone, but to keep this secret. A few fellow Taoists and I swore by our heart demons never to reveal it to outsiders. However, since the Wanfa sect's Xuanji is also tracking this matter, it seems that Manxianaming has leaked some details, breaking the oath. So I have nothing to hide now. That's more like it. Does Brother Wu really care about such oaths? I never pay attention to them. If heart demons were so effective, those of us practicing unorthodox and demonic arts would have perished long ago. The Taoist laughed heartily, clearly pleased. Although I don't care about heart demons either, if too many people know about this, we might not even get a share of the spoils. Patriarch Jai Yin said helplessly. Then he leaned closer and whispered something. The Taoist initially looked indifferent, but his expression changed drastically, showing excitement. Is what you're saying true? That thing has really appeared. The Taoist was so thrilled that his voice trembled. Would there be so many nascent soul cultivators here otherwise? Patriarch Jai Yin asked calmly. Indeed, it seems Brother Wu is telling the truth. You've hidden this well. It's been out for so long, yet there's no rumor outside. I'm truly impressed. But if you had told me earlier, I would have sent more people to find that boy sooner. The Taoist, although ecstatic, couldn't help but complain a bit. You speak lightly. Such a matter can't be casually revealed. If I didn't think the secret had already leaked somewhat, I wouldn't have spoken now. The fewer people who know, the better. Patriarch Jai Yin replied with some irritation. Brother Wu is right. If I knew this information, I wouldn't want to share the treasure with anyone else either. The Taoist nodded in agreement without any reservations. However, it seems this news won't stay hidden much longer. The treasure's appearance will inevitably spread. Patriarch Jai Yin showed a hint of unwillingness. Brother Wu should know there's no wall without cracks. I'll take my leave now and send more people to find this person before anyone else. The Taoist, still excited, stood up to leave. Patriarch Jai Yin didn't stop him, merely clasping his hands in farewell and watching the Taoist leave. Patriarch Jai Yin sat back down, not moving, with a cold smile on his face. Once the word benefit was mentioned, the other party became more eager than himself. It seems telling the Taoist about the void heaven cauldron wasn't a mistake. That boy Han Li, who knows where he is hiding, has been elusive until now. If he hadn't previously killed those Biyun sect cultivators, I might have thought he had escaped to other demon beast islands. Time is pressing, so I can only rely on Biyun sect's local power and take one step at a time. After weighing the pros and cons, Patriarch Jai Yin exhaled deeply, and the room fell silent. In a certain sea area, a young man in a green robe with ordinary features was coldly watching a few low-level cultivators with pale faces. Above his head, a swarm of gold and silver insects buzzed. Insect demon, one of the middle-aged cultivators exclaimed in horror. The young man laughed coldly, pointed at them, and the insect cloud roared, engulfing the cultivators. Despite their desperate attempts to use protective artifacts, they were quickly overwhelmed by the insects and vanished without a trace. Such low cultivation, trying to resist, foolish. The young man collected their storage bags, muttering to himself. He glanced casually in a direction before turning into a green light and flying away. Moments later, a white light flashed in the sky, revealing a white-faced cultivator in the early core formation stage, who looked furious. Gritting his teeth, he flew in the opposite direction. Half a month later, Han Li finally returned to the foggy island. Although he had been away for years, everything in his cave abode was intact, putting his mind at ease. Han Li rested for several days, sorting the rare materials and demon cores he had acquired during his journey, preparing for future alchemy. After about 10 days, feeling fully refreshed, Han Li took all the materials and entered the alchemy room. Years ago, after refining a batch of pills in his cave abode in Tianxing City, he felt he had reached a bottleneck in his alchemy skills. With a little more effort, he believed he could break through to a new level of alchemy. Therefore, he didn't immediately use the 6 or 7-level demon cores, but took out a batch of 5-level cores first. Although he felt his alchemy talent was average, he estimated that his skills were close to those of a master alchemist. After all, no one else practiced with as many demon cores as he did. In alchemy, the most important aspects are experience and proficiency. So he planned to practice with 5-level demon cores first, to see if he could indeed break through in his alchemy skills. With this thought in mind, Han Li looked at the cauldron in front of him. With a wave of his hand, a 5-level demon core flew above the cauldron, and the lid automatically moved aside. The doors to the alchemy room remained closed for a full 3 years. When Han Li finally emerged calmly one day, the demon cores had all been transformed into various rare pills. For the first 2 years, Han Li focused on refining pills primarily using 5-level demon cores as the main ingredient. Although these pills no longer had significant effects on him, any one of them would be a prized possession for a Foundation establishment cultivator, something they would be ecstatic and desperate to acquire. Through the process of refining these pills, Han Li's mastery of alchemy improved significantly. After all, even a genuine alchemy master wouldn't have the opportunity to practice with so many demon cores at their disposal. For an ordinary alchemist, using 30 or 40 demon cores in their lifetime would be considered an extraordinary achievement. Even though the methods for refining each type of pill vary considerably, there are always some common principles that Han Li could learn from. As a result, the extensive practice with these rare pills pushed Han Li's alchemy skills to a level slightly above that of a reputed alchemy master. Consequently, when Han Li later used 6 and 7-level demon cores, his success rate in refining pills naturally increased significantly. This brought Han Li great satisfaction. Otherwise, given the rarity of 6 and 7-level pills, even Han Li would be reluctant to waste them carelessly. After finishing the alchemy, Han Li rested for about a month. During this period, he frequently visited the insect chambers to check on the tricolored golden devouring beetles and the original, non-evolved beetles. While he was in the alchemy room, He had ordered the puppets to take turns feeding the beetles with chimeric grass. Unfortunately, a terrible discovery awaited Han Li. Although the tricolored beetles continued to eat the chimeric grass, the grass seemed to have lost its special ability to stimulate them into a frenzied state, showing no unusual changes after consumption. At first, Han Li thought the effect might be negligible due to the short duration and the large number of beetles. So, out of curiosity, he isolated several hundred tricolored beetles and fed them exclusively with the grass to observe any behavioral changes. But after several feedings, these beetles remained unchanged, just as before. This left Han Li feeling quite frustrated. He could now conclude that the chimeric grass had indeed lost its miraculous effect on the evolved beetles. Although he didn't understand the reason, it was clear that he had lost the method to rapidly breed and advance the tricolored beetles. These beetles would be used up one by one. Now he had no choice but to revert to the old method, having the puppets concentrate on feeding the grass to the unevolved golden and silver beetles. These beetles were becoming increasingly aggressive, indicating that another breeding cycle was imminent. After dealing with these matters, Han Li composed himself and entered the secluded cultivation chamber. He planned to use various pills to assist in mastering the 8th level of the Azure Origins sword art, aiming to break through to the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Sitting cross-legged on a mat in the secret room, Han Li took out a prepared vial from his storage pouch. He poured out a dragon eye-sized pill emitting a red glow, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed it. Feeling the heat from the medicinal power rising in his stomach, Han Li began silently reciting the 8th level incantation of the sword art, slowly closing his eyes. Time flew by, indifferent to everything. Han Li devoted himself to cultivating his sword art in the cave, unaware of how time passed. The process of continuously taking pills and converting their medicinal power into spiritual energy was extremely dull. Fortunately, Han Li was determined to perfect his techniques for self-preservation, and this mindset kept him from feeling bored. 15 or 16 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Li finally broke through the bottleneck of the mid-stage Foundation establishment and mastered the 8th level of the Azure Origins sword art. Despite his excitement, he didn't immediately exit seclusion. With many pills still left, he naturally didn't want to leave them unrefined. Thus, Han Li, newly advanced to the mid-stage Foundation establishment, forced himself to remain calm and continued cultivating the 9th level of the sword art. The 9th level was naturally more difficult than the previous one. Spring turned to winter, autumn passed into summer, and the years went by one after another. The door to the secluded cultivation chamber remained tightly shut, and the entire cave began to gather a thick layer of dust. It seemed as if the place was gradually turning into an ancient tomb. One peaceful morning near the misty sea, some early rising seabirds were circling low over the water, occasionally letting out sharp cries, painting a serene picture all around. But a moment later, a light flashed on the distant horizon, and several streaks of blue and red light sped towards the misty sea. After a while, the figures in the light became visible. 3 women and 2 men, flying as if fleeing for their lives. Among them, only a middle-aged man in his 40s had the early foundation establishment cultivation level, while the remaining 4 were young chi condensation cultivators, aged between 17 and 24. They were flying in a panic, constantly looking back as if something was chasing them. In no time, they reached the vicinity of the misty sea. "Uncle, son, there's a sea fog ahead. Let's rest inside for a while. Otherwise, we'll be exhausted before those things catch up," said a 15 or 16-year-old girl in yellow, panting. This girl, with a round face and big, black eyes, looked quite cute with a bit of baby fat. But now, she was sweating profusely, pale-faced, and on the verge of exhausting her magical power. Ahem. The middle-aged man hesitated, looked at the other 3, and saw that although their condition was slightly better, they were still struggling. "All right, let's rest in the misty sea briefly and then move on. Even if we shake off those things, they will relentlessly pursue us. We must remain cautious. If they catch up, we won't stand a chance," the middle-aged cultivator finally agreed after another glance back. The young ones were overjoyed to hear this. Their cultivation levels were low, and flying here non-stop was already pushing their limits. Despite knowing that stopping was risky, they had no other choice. They changed direction and flew towards the sea fog. "The fog here is really thick. Maybe we can hide from those pursuers in it," said another young man, about 20 years old with a robust build, shortly after entering the fog. "Don't be naive. Although I don't know how they track us, it's not something a bit of sea fog can hide. Fly lower and look for rocks or something to rest on. Meditation will help us recover faster," the middle-aged cultivator retorted, making the robust young man blush slightly. He led the group downwards. The others, not daring to lag behind, followed closely. "Hey, there's an island here," exclaimed the yellow-clad girl in surprise after a moment. Without her reminder, the others also saw the island obscured by the fog and exchanged glances. "Could there be any other beasts here?" asked a plain-looking young woman in a blue dress, a bit fearfully. "Probably not. Besides, we have no other choice. Let's quickly recover some magical power on the island." The middle-aged man hesitated briefly before making up his mind. Seeing this, the others didn't say much more and descended lightly onto the island. "Over there, the spiritual energy seems good. Let's meditate there." The middle-aged man, upon landing, released his divine sense to scan the island, then pointed to the only mountain range on the island with joy. Hearing this, the others were immediately invigorated. Without further ado, the middle-aged cultivator led the way, followed closely by the 4 younger cultivators. Recovering as much magical power as possible could be their only chance to escape. In no time, they reached the lush green mountain range. They quickly found a small, low mountain, and each grasped a spirit stone in their hands, eagerly sitting cross-legged to absorb the abundant spiritual energy around them. Apart from the slightly salty sea breeze gently blowing over the hill, the surroundings were completely silent. This made the few people on the hill even more at ease, boldly entering meditation. Time passed quickly, and an hour later, they had recovered most of their mana, and their faces looked much better. The middle-aged cultivator opened his eyes, observed the condition of the men and women, and then decisively instructed. "Let's go, we can't stay here any longer. Those creatures are probably catching up." With that, he immediately stood up. Although the chi-refining stage men and women were reluctant, they did not dare to delay and ended their meditation, quickly retrieving their magical tools and preparing to fly away. At that moment, sudden cries echoed from the sky above the small island, and parts of the milky white thick fog began to boil and churn. "This is bad." The middle-aged cultivator's face changed dramatically. The other men and women turned pale instantly. From the dense fog in the sky, over a dozen huge gray monstrous birds suddenly burst out. These monstrous birds, each about 10 feet long, had red crests on their heads, sharp beaks and claws, emitting a faint green light. They looked fierce and ugly. Once they appeared, they didn't immediately dive towards the island below. Instead, they quickly circled in the air and then spread out, effectively blocking the escape routes of the cultivators below, showing excellent coordination. Seeing this, the middle-aged cultivator's heart sank. "Run, head to that forest. We'll split up and escape when there's a chance." He, having some experience dealing with bird-type demonic beasts, immediately directed the others towards the nearby forest. The others, panic-stricken, had no objections and followed him at high speed. The monstrous birds in the sky screeched and slowly closed in from above, forming a tightening circle around them. Seeing these demonic birds' actions, the men and women grew even more frantic and sped up. In the blink of an eye, they reached the forest and descended rapidly. But just as they were about to enter the forest, an unexpected scene occurred. As soon as they flew within 3 feet of the forest, a green glow flashed, their vision brightened, and after a bout of dizziness, they found themselves in a completely different landscape. The original forest was gone, replaced by a completely unfamiliar mountain range with astonishingly rich spiritual energy. This is an illusion array. One of the 3 female cultivators, the most striking one dressed in blue brocade, exclaimed in surprise. Could there be fellow cultivators here? The robust young man asked excitedly. Possibly. In any case, this is our chance to survive. Hopefully, this illusion array can fool those demonic eagles. The middle-aged cultivator said quietly, feeling both surprised and relieved. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but look up at the sky through the illusion array. At this moment, the monstrous birds, having lost their targets, became agitated. However, after screeching to each other, they continued their descent towards the ground. No, it seems these demonic eagles aren't affected by the illusions. Quick, head towards that mountain range. There's a restriction aura there. Maybe there really are other cultivators there. The middle-aged cultivator, his face grim, urged, and then sped towards the front. The other men and women, looking at each other nervously, followed closely. But after flying a short distance, they were suddenly blocked by a white light barrier. Seeing this, the middle-aged cultivator was overjoyed instead of alarmed. He immediately retrieved a transmission talisman, chanted an incantation, and then sent it into the light barrier. The others, watching this scene, dared not say a word. Moments later, the monstrous birds finally entered the illusion array. Upon finding their targets, they unhesitatingly dived towards the cultivators, their wings emitting dazzling green light. The middle-aged cultivator's face darkened. Glancing at the white light barrier behind him, he gritted his teeth and whispered a few instructions. The other men and women, equally pale, raised their hands and activated their magical tools, preparing to fight. As the demonic eagles swooped down, just before they engaged in close combat, an unexpected event occurred. From within the white light barrier, hundreds of multicolored light beams suddenly shot out. Though only the width of a thumb, they were incredibly sharp, instantly piercing the descending demonic eagles, leaving them riddled with holes. Immediately, the demonic eagles fell to the ground with a series of thuds, unable to even utter a cry. What is? The cultivators, including the middle-aged one, were overjoyed, turning to look at the scene within the light barrier. They were initially startled, then stunned. Inside the light barrier appeared over a dozen towering giant apes. At first glance, the cultivators thought these were new demonic beasts and naturally felt a chill in their hearts. But upon closer inspection, they realized these jet-black apes were actually mechanical puppets. The light beams just now had been fired from their hands. Relief washed over the cultivators. Soon, the giant ape puppets silently lowered their arms. Then, a glow enveloped them, and they disappeared. As the cultivators were still bewildered, the white light barrier flickered a few times, and then opened a passageway about 10 feet wide. Seeing this, they were even more perplexed. I am currently in seclusion and cannot greet you in person. Please rest in the array for a while and then leave on your own, a calm male voice said from within. However, the voice suggested that the array's owner had no intention of meeting them. You seem very cautious. But still, what happened? How did you get chased by a group of second-level demonic beasts? The man's voice, though indifferent, carried a hint of curiosity. The middle-aged cultivator, relieved by the benign inquiry, respectfully replied, "We are disciples of the Azure Spirit sect. We went out to sea to gather some spiritual herbs, but were accidentally targeted by these demonic eagles. We were chased all the way here. If not for your timely rescue, we would have perished." After this explanation, the man only responded with a soft and fell silent again, causing some unease among the cultivators. The middle-aged cultivator, equally uneasy, dared not leave and gestured for the others to stay calm. Are there only a few of you from the Azure Spirit sect? Why is there no elder leading the group? Don't you know that going out to sea with just your cultivation level is suicidal? Even if you don't have a core formation cultivator, you should have brought more foundation establishment cultivators to avoid being chased by second-level demonic beasts. The man's voice came again, cold and critical. The middle-aged cultivator was initially stunned by the question, but then smiled bitterly. Senior, our Azure Spirit sect is a small sect. We used to have a core formation elder, but he perished in a beast tide over 20 years ago. We don't have many foundation establishment cultivators either, he explained, hesitant but honest. Worrying that the man might have ill intentions, the middle-aged cultivator considered hiding the truth, but realized that the powerful stranger had no need to deceive them. Being dishonest could provoke him, which would be far more dangerous. Thus, he resolved to reveal the sect's plight, believing there was nothing worth coveting in their small sect anyway. A beast tide. When did this happen? Was it related to demonic beasts? The man's voice carried a hint of surprise. Senior doesn't know about the beast tide. It seems you have been in seclusion for many years and are completely unaware of the situation outside. The middle-aged cultivator exhaled deeply and murmured. From your tone, it sounds terrible outside. The man seemed somewhat interested. Although his voice was still cold, there was a hint of curiosity in his words. The middle-aged cultivator was at a loss for words. The situation outside was beyond terrible. It appeared the other party was indeed an old monster who had been in seclusion for countless years. Otherwise, how could he be unaware of the major events that occurred more than 20 years ago? This realization, however, reassured him. With such cultivation and status, this senior would generally disdain to harm juniors like them. They had nothing that would catch his eye. With this thought, the middle-aged cultivator replied even more respectfully. Senior, the beast tide happened more than 20 years ago. At that time, I was still a chi refining stage cultivator. Although I didn't witness it personally, I heard some details from the elders in my sect. It is said that one day, tens of thousands of demonic beasts from the abyssal sea suddenly surged out without any warning. They stormed onto Kiyuan Island, surrounding Black Stone City and attacking it fiercely. Although there were several grand formations protecting the island, and thousands of cultivators along with some nascent soul stage seniors guarding it, the city was still breached after a few days. Except for a very few cultivators who managed to escape in the chaos, all the human cultivators died on the spot. As the middle-aged cultivator spoke, his face turned gloomy. Such a thing happened. What happened afterward? Did the demonic beasts retreat back into the abyss? The man's voice showed a trace of shock but quickly returned to an indifferent tone. If they had retreated into the abyss, things would have been easier. After turning Black Stone City into ruins, the demonic beasts split into several groups, led by some high-level beasts, and began sweeping other human villages. Although these villages had received news in advance and their inhabitants fled and hid, many cultivators and ordinary people still fell victim to the beasts. Within half a year, no human villages remained around Kiyuan Island. They were all destroyed. But that wasn't the end. While most of the demonic beasts returned to the abyss, some intelligent high-level beasts started hunting down hiding humans, killing and devouring them one by one. It didn't take long before almost all the mortals in the outer sea were dead or wounded, and more than half of the human cultivators were lost. The survivors had to move far away from the vicinity of Kiyuan Island, seeking refuge on some remote islands, hiding and trying to survive. Now, Kiyuan Island has become a gathering place for high-level demonic beasts. As soon as they hear of human cultivators, they come out to exterminate us. The middle-aged cultivator's expression turned sorrowful. At this moment, the mysterious man's voice fell silent for a while, as if he was also deeply shocked by this news, trying to digest it. Heh, how ironic. It seems that in the outer star sea, we cultivators have become the hunted, just like the demonic beasts once were. The man laughed coldly, finally speaking again. His words were filled with sarcasm, surprising the cultivators. But the man seemed unwilling to say more and continued to ask several sharp questions. There were several nascent soul-stage old monsters on Kiyuan Island. They couldn't all have perished in the beast tide, right? Why haven't they come out to take charge? Also, since such a major change occurred on Kiyuan Island, didn't the inner star sea react? Did they not send reinforcements? Or has this place been completely abandoned by those from the inner star sea? Each question was more pointed than the last. The middle-aged cultivator knew some answers, but not all. After a moment of thought, he cautiously replied. It's said that 2 nascent soul seniors perished during the beast tide, but most of the seniors escaped. Although there has been no news of them since, some rumors suggest they are planning something big to reclaim Kiyuan Island. As for the inner star sea, there has been no communication since the beast tide started, so no one knows if they are aware of the situation here. There have been no reinforcements. It might be, as you said, Senior, that this place has indeed been abandoned by the inner star sea. The middle-aged cultivator's face showed a hint of gloominess as he said this last sentence. It seemed that the surviving cultivators who had experienced the beast tide harbored resentment towards the inner star sea for their neglect. The man's voice fell silent again. After a while, he slowly asked, "Since it's so dangerous, why did you youngsters leave your safe haven and come out recklessly? Do you have a death wish?" Hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator showed a troubled expression. But before he could explain, the yellow-robed girl, who had been standing behind him, suddenly rushed forward. "Senior, my father suffered from a misaligned meridian due to improper cultivation, and he is now paralyzed. Senior, you are immensely powerful. There must be a way to save him. If you can save my father, I am willing to serve you as a servant to repay your great kindness." The girl's delicate face was full of desperate pleas, her large, clear eyes brimming with tears, ready to fall. The other men and women were shocked, looking at each other in surprise. Only the middle-aged cultivator seemed thoughtful but sternly scolded. "Zinger, what nonsense are you spouting? Your brother has been bedridden for years, beyond human help. We came out to find some herbs to ease his pain, not to cure him. Even if Senior is powerful, he cannot perform miracles." Although the middle-aged cultivator spoke harshly, his face showed a hint of strange expression. Misaligned meridian due to reversed true essence. Another fool trying to forcefully advance to a higher level without sufficient cultivation, the man lazily said after a cold laugh. This high-level expert diagnosed the cause of the condition without even seeing it. This made the middle-aged cultivator's face flash with a hint of joy. "Senior, you have keen insight. Indeed, my brother suffered this because he was eager to advance in his cultivation. Do you know of any secret methods to cure this?" The middle-aged cultivator first complimented the man, then anxiously asked, showing his deep concern for his brother. "Such a condition is nothing serious, but why should I tell you? Do you think I would help you without reason?" The man saw through their thoughts and mocked them mercilessly. The middle-aged cultivator was stunned. Then his face turned red and white with embarrassment. His lips moved, but no words came out. The yellow-robed girl, however, heard a glimmer of hope in the man's words. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, she knelt down in front of the light screen with a thud. This delicate girl, with a face full of determination, said resolutely, "I, Gongsun Xing, swear that if Senior can cure my father, I am willing to serve you for life, without any resentment. If Senior does not trust me, you can place a restriction on me first and then save my father." After finishing these words, she kowtowed 3 times towards the light screen and then knelt there unmoving, her face full of resolve. Despite her youth, the yellow-robed girl showed extraordinary determination. "Foolish girl, what are you doing? Senior is such a distinguished person. How could he possibly want you as a servant?" The middle-aged cultivator said in anger and shock. The other men and women also tried to dissuade her. But the yellow-robed girl remained kneeling, showing no sign of getting up unless the man agreed. "Uncles, please stop. I am inherently unlucky. My mother died in childbirth because of me, and my father became bedridden trying to refine my body. Now is my chance to fulfill my filial duty. If Senior can cure my father, I am willing to serve him for life without any complaint." The girl shook her head, her face pale, and spoke calmly. "Girl, are you trying to blackmail me? If I don't help, will you kneel here forever?" The man coldly laughed, his voice suddenly turning icy. "I wouldn't dare. I am deeply grateful that you saved our lives just now. But since no other senior could cure my father, and you seem to find it a simple matter, I beg you to show mercy. I have no other intention but to fulfill my filial duty." The girl was already half crying, sobbing as she kowtowed again. The direction of the light screen fell silent. With a whoosh sound, a giant ape appeared in the glowing light and then took a few steps to stop in front of the kneeling girl. The middle-aged cultivator and others' expressions changed slightly, watching this puppet with a hint of worry. The girl in the yellow robe, her eyes red, looked at the giant ape before her with a bit of confusion. I don't care if what you say is true or if you are truly so pitiable, but I never do anything without benefit. I see you are still a virgin, and it happens that I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. Perhaps by using the power of dual cultivation, I can break through again. If you are willing to be my furnace, these 3 essence pills in this small bottle are more than enough to cure your father. Your fellow disciples can take the pills back while you enter the formation. I never force anyone, nor do I bully the weak. If you are unwilling, you can leave now, as if you never saw me. The man's cold voice came with no trace of emotion. At this moment, the giant ape puppet raised one hand, revealing a small white jade bottle, placing it before the kneeling girl. The girl was stunned by these words. Though young, she understood the meaning of dual cultivation and being a furnace. Her previously pale, pretty face flushed with a hint of red, but without hesitation, she immediately agreed. All right, as long as it can truly restore my father, I am willing to be your furnace. After saying this, she stretched out her slender wrist, took the jade bottle, and slowly stood up. Zinger, how can you do this? How can I explain to your senior brother when we return? The middle-aged cultivator was shocked and hurriedly shouted to stop her. The other 4 men and women also turned pale, voicing their dissuasion. Uncle, check if these pills can truly help my father. The girl ignored the middle-aged cultivator's anger and calmly tossed the jade bottle to him. You, sigh. The middle-aged cultivator caught the bottle and, seeing the determined look on the girl's face, sighed helplessly. He knew it was impossible to change her mind, so he opened the bottle and poured out a light blue pill. A peculiar fragrance spread instantly. Everyone who smelled it felt invigorated and extremely comfortable. This is a pill made from a demon core. The middle-aged man first showed surprise and doubt at the scent. Then, after sniffing the pill twice, he exclaimed in joy. Made from a demon core. Can it really cure my father? The girl remained unusually calm, only asking coolly. Although I don't know its specific effects, this pill is extremely rare and valuable. It shouldn't be a lie. The middle-aged cultivator's face was complex, but after some hesitation, he spoke the truth. The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed several times. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything, instead gripping the jade bottle tightly. The giant ape puppet then followed back into the light screen, which slowly closed. Uncle, are you really going to let junior sister Gongsun become someone's furnace? The stout young man finally couldn't help but shout in worry. The other 2 women also looked distressed. Didn't you see? Your junior sister's mind is made up. We can't stop her. Besides, this senior's pills might truly cure the sect leader. For the future of Kingling sect, I cannot stop her, the middle-aged cultivator said quietly. But we can't let her become a furnace. That would ruin her life. The young man's face was flushed, still unwilling to give up. Nephew Lee, I know you and Zinger grew up together and are like siblings, but it's too late now. The middle-aged cultivator's face twitched, showing a conflicted expression. "Uncle, junior sister Gongsun has been taken away," the woman in blue suddenly exclaimed. The middle-aged cultivator and the stout young man hurriedly looked. In the light screen, the girl's figure became increasingly blurry amidst the glowing light. Moments later, the light disappeared, and the girl was gone, leaving only scattered fallen leaves. Seeing this, the stout young man squatted on the ground, hugging his head in silence. The middle-aged cultivator silently patted his shoulder, offering some comfort. Half an hour later, the group flew away from the island, leaving the misty sea. The yellow-robed girl felt dizzy as she was transmitted out by the restriction. When she regained her senses, she found herself standing in an unfamiliar small valley. Steep stone walls flanked her sides, and before her stood a tall green stone door. She looked around hesitantly, unsure what to do, when the giant ape puppet appeared behind her with a flash of light. Ignoring the girl, the giant ape walked to the stone door, pushed it open with its massive hands, and the door easily swung inward. "Your name is Gongsun Xing, right? Follow this puppet into the cave. I will come out of seclusion in 2 days," the man's voice echoed briefly before vanishing. The yellow-robed girl bit her lip and entered through the stone door. Following the giant ape puppet through several turns, she arrived in a stone chamber. The room contained only a stone bed covered in unknown furs, a stone table, and 2 stone chairs. The giant ape puppet left, leaving the bewildered girl alone. The girl examined the room, then looked outside. The door was open, seemingly allowing free passage. She considered for a moment before slowly sitting on the bed, her hands holding her cheeks in thought. Though she had resolved to sacrifice herself, the thought of dual cultivation and life as a furnace frightened her. Moreover, alone in this unfamiliar environment, she felt a deep sense of desolation. An hour later, she stopped her thoughts, glanced at the hallway, and hesitated. Finally, she stood up and quietly left the room. Walking along a path, she reached a hall with several archways. One archway led to the path she had entered. Notably, giant ape puppets stood by each archway, motionless. Blinking her long eyelashes, she approached one archway, but the nearby puppet silently blocked her path. Frightened, she stepped back, and the puppet returned to its place. She tried again, with the same result. Realizing she couldn't go that way, she turned to another archway. This time, the puppet didn't move, so she passed through the door. After walking through a quaint garden, she found another stone room with a closed door. Curious, she pushed it open. Inside, she saw a stone platform with colorful jade slips, a low stone stool, and a few potted green herbs, creating a serene atmosphere. The girl pursed her lips and entered. Approaching the stone platform, she picked up a red jade slip and immersed her consciousness in it. It contained knowledge about formations, which didn't interest her, so she quickly put it back. She then picked up a white jade slip. This one detailed the art of refining tools, which also didn't interest her, so she put it back. Finding different contents in each jade slip piqued her curiosity, so she continued checking more. The previous jade slips introduced various beasts and certain pill recipes, which the girl quickly skipped over. However, when she saw the contents of the last jade slip, she couldn't help but be stunned. It contained a cultivation method called golden true art. Curious, she delved into it and was immediately captivated by its contents, holding the jade slip for nearly half an hour before reluctantly withdrawing her divine sense, her face full of shock. The golden true art was a rare top-tier cultivation method. How could such a valuable technique be placed so casually on a stone table without any protective restrictions? Though aware of the value of this method, the girl hesitated for a moment before reluctantly putting the jade slip back. She then continued to inspect the other slips with great interest. After spending most of the day examining the jade slips on the stone table, the girl discovered that most of them were about alchemy, formations, and other miscellaneous cultivation topics. Only a few were cultivation techniques, but each one was top tier. One method, called the entangling jade technique, particularly moved her. In the chaotic sea, Kingling sect was a small faction, and its main cultivation method, Kingling art, was a relatively stable but less powerful method compared to the entangling jade technique. After reading all the jade slips, the girl sat in the stone room for a while, dazed, before remembering there were other areas she hadn't explored. After some thought, she left the stone room and returned to the main hall. Of the remaining 3 archways, 2 were still guarded by the giant ape puppets, but one was still accessible. The girl passed through the archway and came to another large stone hall. This time, she was stunned upon entering, standing motionless for a long time. In front of her was a hall over 20 yards wide. In the center was a huge formation with a diameter of about 10 yards. From the formation emerged a layer of crystalline red light, flickering and changing, looking extremely beautiful. Within this light, there were a dozen or so small swords and short halberds of various styles, flickering and making faint sounds. Some collided and chased each other, each one seemingly alive. Outside the light, near the walls, there were several simple double-layered wooden racks, each filled with various colored magical instruments. Although these instruments were not as lively as those within the light, they all emitted a faint glow, exuding spiritual energy. The girl had never seen such things before, but knew that items with such liveliness could only be legendary treasures. Although she had longed for such treasures, the sudden appearance of so many left her somewhat disbelieving, her large, dark eyes full of astonishment. After a while, the girl returned to her senses, and with a curious look at the light, hesitantly approached one of the wooden racks. She casually picked up a black iron ruler-like instrument and inspected it briefly, discovering that even such an unassuming item was a top-grade magical instrument. Perhaps due to the previous shock, the girl didn't show much surprise this time. She then examined the other items one by one. The wooden racks held only top-grade magical instruments, nothing lower. If she had obtained any of these instruments earlier, she would have been overjoyed. But now, looking at the many treasures and nearly 100 magical instruments, the thought of being a cauldron cast a shadow over her heart, and she left the room empty-handed. 2 days later, the girl was in the stone room with the jade slips, holding one and reading with her divine sense, completely absorbed. This entangling jade technique is indeed suitable for female cultivators, even though I got it from a male cultivator. A gentle male voice suddenly came from the door. The girl trembled slightly at the sound, then hurriedly withdrew her divine sense and turned to look. Standing at the door was a young man in a blue robe with an ordinary appearance, smiling at her. You're the senior." Gongsun Xing hesitated. Though the voice was familiar, the peaceful demeanor of the young man before her was completely different from what she had imagined. After the previous shocks, she had imagined the senior as a powerful, mysterious elder, perhaps even temperamental and eccentric. Do I not look like it? The young man, of course, was Han Li, who had just emerged from seclusion. He chuckled as he entered the room. "Senior, these techniques, The girl, feeling a bit relieved that this was indeed the senior, stammered, trying to explain. "It's fine. Since you were allowed to enter here, you can freely choose any technique," Han Li said gently. Seeing the girl so happy, a fleeting softness appeared in Han Li's eyes. "I haven't been out for a long time. Do you know of any place in this sea where I can trade items?" Han Li asked casually with a slight smile. "For trading, there's a small barren island half a month's journey south. There's a market there where nearby cultivators exchange things. It's said to be established by several core formation stage seniors and is relatively safe. Do you need a map of the sea area?" The girl, recalling something, quickly glanced at Han Li before lowering her head and speaking softly. "I do need to go there. A map would be very helpful," Han Li said straightforwardly. The girl, upon hearing this, hastily fumbled through her storage pouch and handed a jade slip to Han Li with a blushing face. Han Li chuckled, taking the jade slip while glancing at the girl's red face, a strange expression flashing across his face. Suddenly, he reached out and gently stroked her soft hair. Gongsun Xing trembled slightly, feeling a bit scared but not dodging. She instinctively shrank her white neck. At this moment, Han Li's gentle voice came to her ears. "Don't be afraid. Come to my bedroom tonight. Don't forget." After saying this, Han Li left the stone room without further delay. Hearing these ambiguous words, the girl blushed, her heart racing, not knowing what to do. That night, feeling conflicted, the girl arrived outside Han Li's residence, lightly biting her lip as she pushed open the stone door. What she saw inside surprised her greatly. The room was empty, with no one in sight. Only an open silk handkerchief was placed on the stone table. Gongsun Xing hesitated, then walked over in confusion and looked down. Your filial piety is commendable. The remaining treasures in the cave are gifted to you. Do not show them to others lightly, lest you invite disaster upon yourself. Take care." This short, enigmatic message left the girl utterly bewildered, her heart filled with confusion and an inexplicable feeling. Meanwhile, Han Li had already left the island, flying 1,000 miles away in a streak of green light. She must be thoroughly confused. Anyone would be after such an unexpected experience. Hanley thought with a smile as he flew. Before leaving the foggy sea, he had left not only the jade slip of the entangling jade technique and numerous unused magical instruments, but also several bottles of pills and 2 previously seized treasures. He hoped these items would help the girl avoid some pitfalls in her cultivation journey. Han Li's generosity was not due to sudden pity, but because he respected the girl's willingness to sacrifice herself to save her father. If Han Li had any regrets before embarking on the path of cultivation, it was that he couldn't serve his parents more after coming of age. Though he had secretly arranged everything for his family before leaving, it couldn't erase the deep sense of loss in his heart. Moreover, the girl's innocent figure reminded Han Li of his younger sister before her marriage. He had initially mentioned the cauldron to leave her some benefits. Of course, the magical instruments and treasures he left for her were also items he found somewhat useless. Better to give them to her to help her progress on her cultivation path. As for the cave on the island, Han Li had already decided to abandon it before those people arrived. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the middle-aged cultivator and others leave so easily. After reaching the mid-stage of the core formation realm, Han Li continued his secluded cultivation in the secret chamber for more than 20 years before emerging. During this period, he didn't consume all the pills. A small portion still remained in his storage pouch. It wasn't because he couldn't bear the solitude and was eager to come out before all the pills were refined. Rather, upon nearing the late stage of core formation, he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Without breaking through this barrier, consuming more elixirs wouldn't result in any further advancement in his cultivation. The methods to break through this bottleneck depended on personal opportunities and the characteristics of one's cultivation method, without any fixed rules. In the past, some cultivators broke through while meditating, some while contemplating nature, and others during life-and-death battles. With this understanding, Han Li naturally didn't want to waste time in the secluded chamber and decided to go out and find the rumored companion demon herb. He hoped that during his travels, he might coincidentally break through the bottleneck. Since he didn't know how long it would take to make any progress, Han Li naturally didn't dare to leave the 9-turn ginseng in the cave for an extended period. Thus, he planned to abandon the cave on the Foggy Sea Island. Having Gong Sun Zin take over wasn't a bad arrangement. At least, the place would be safe for a while. As for the issue of the 9-turn ginseng needing the chi of earth and stone for periodic nourishment, This was indeed a problem for Han Li before reaching the mid-core formation stage. But now that he had entered the mid-core formation stage, he had no such concerns. Han Li was now capable of extracting the essence of earth and stone from the island and infusing it into the ginseng to ensure its safety. Currently, Han Li was flying toward the market mentioned by the girl. Only in such a place, frequented by cultivators, could Han Li hope to gather information about 8th-level demon beasts. Then he would think of other ways to see if he could obtain the companion demon herb. As for directly purchasing this herb from the market, Han Li didn't expect such good fortune. Han Li's flight speed was extremely fast. Although the girl said it would take half a month to reach the market island, it would only take Han Li a few days at full speed. 2 days later, while Han Li was rushing over the sea, a streak of red light suddenly flew towards him from a distance, closely pursued by several clouds of gray-white mist. Seeing this, Han Li raised an eyebrow. Then, with a thought, he murmured an incantation almost inaudibly. Soon after, there was a series of light-popping sounds from his body, and a green glow appeared on his face. Moments later, Han Li's body grew a few inches taller, and as the green light dissipated, a stranger's face with a slight yellow tint was revealed. This was a secret technique from the profound Yin manual that Han Li had deliberately practiced during his seclusion, called the shape-changing technique. This technique could not only elongate and shorten various parts of the body at will, but also control muscle relaxation and alter skin color instantly. It was definitely a top-level disguise technique. Han Li estimated that this technique was comparable to a few other legendary disguise methods and wouldn't be easily seen through, even by a cultivator with a higher spiritual sense. That's why it was included in the profound Yin manual. The only downside to this technique was that once activated, he could only utilize up to 70% of his magic power. If he used more than 70% of his magic power in a battle, the effect of the shape-changing technique would disappear, and he would revert to his original appearance. However, Han Li didn't mind this limitation. When he decided to conceal his identity, he usually didn't intend to reveal his true strength, so limiting his cultivation level wasn't a significant concern. Just as Han Li finished altering his appearance, the red light also noticed him and flew towards him like grabbing a lifeline, with the gray-white clouds in hot pursuit. Seeing this, Han Li sighed softly and stopped. It wasn't because trouble was approaching that made him sigh. Instead, Han Li felt that the person fleeing for their life didn't hesitate to drag him into trouble, regardless of whether he had the ability to save them, which showed a rather poor character. As for the gray-white clouds behind, they were merely a few 3rd or 4th level demon beasts. This realization made Han Li, who had just felt deeply moved by Gong Sun Zin's filial piety, think that human nature was indeed incredibly complex. It truly couldn't be generalized. Fellow Taoist, save me. Huang Mingli will surely reward you heavily, The dry, skinny old man within the red light shouted in panic even before reaching Han Li, his face full of fear. The old man was quite shrewd. Although he couldn't discern Han Li's cultivation level, he knew his life might be saved by seeing how calm and composed Han Li was. Han Li remained indifferent, raising his hand lazily as 5 faint green sword rays shot out, intercepting and entangling the 5 demon beasts behind the old man. Seeing this, the old man breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly joined in with a ring of fire, attacking the demon beasts. Han Li glanced sideways at the old man, noticing that his cultivation had nearly reached the false core formation stage, which explained why he could escape unscathed from so many 3rd and 4th level demon beasts. After turning back, Han Li skillfully controlled the sword raised to trap the demon beasts, not in a hurry to reveal his full strength. However, even this gave the old man a significant boost in morale, allowing him to drive his fire attribute magic tool and fiercely beat the already disadvantaged demon beasts. After a while, Han Li felt it was time and began to use the green sword raised to gradually kill the demon beasts one by one. Indeed, I intend to go there to trade some items, Han Li replied nonchalantly. If so, Senior, there's no need to go any further. It's a wasted trip, Huang Mingli said with a bitter smile after blinking his small eyes. What happened? Han Li asked with a hint of surprise. Several days ago, the market on Nanli Island was accidentally discovered by some low-level demon beasts. Although most of them were killed on the spot, the next day, the survivors brought back a large group of high-level demon beasts. Many cultivators at the market were injured or killed, and we had to scatter and escape. I was one of them. I just didn't expect to run into this group of demon beasts on the way, Huang Mingli explained cautiously. So it seems I've come for nothing. Han Li frowned, his expression darkening. Well, if Senior truly wishes to trade, I can introduce another place. The items there are all treasures, and only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above can enter. However, you need an introduction to enter, and the market location changes frequently. I have the qualification to introduce you. If Senior wishes to go, I can lead the way as repayment for saving my life, Huang Mingli said mysteriously, his eyes twinkling. Such a place exists. Are you talking about a secret market? Han Li asked thoughtfully. Senior jests. In these times, no market can afford to be secretive. They all operate cautiously. If discovered by demon beasts, they all face the same fate, Huang Mingli replied with some embarrassment. That's true, Han Li chuckled. How far is this place? Han Li asked next. From here, if we travel diligently, it will take about half a month to reach. It should be just about to open by then, Huang Mingli replied without hesitation, seemingly very familiar with this secret market. All right, I'll follow you, Han Li agreed after a brief consideration. Excellent. Oh, wait a moment, Senior, Huang Mingli exclaimed, suddenly recalling something after his initial excitement. He quickly excused himself and dove towards the floating demon beast corpses on the sea below. Seeing this, Han Li was first startled, then smiled knowingly. After a short while, the old man skillfully dissected the demon beasts and stored them in his storage pouch, returning to the sky with great enthusiasm. Apologies for the spectacle, Senior. These demon beasts may be nothing to you, but they are quite valuable to me, Huang Mingli said somewhat sheepishly. After all, it was Han Li who had killed the 5 demon beasts. It's nothing. I have no use for them. Let's get going. Han Li shook his head slightly, his expression unchanged, urging them to proceed. The old man quickly agreed to Han Li's words with a sheepish smile. He then changed his direction and flew eastward. Han Li followed him unhurriedly, his expression extremely composed. Senior's face seems somewhat unfamiliar. May I ask your esteemed name and where you have been cultivating? I might have heard of you before, Huang Mingli asked cautiously, glancing back at Han Li while flying. My surname is Li. I used to cultivate in seclusion in my cave abode, and only recently came out after successfully forming my core. It's normal that you haven't seen me before, Han Li replied nonchalantly, naturally avoiding the truth. Huang Mingli couldn't find any flaws in Han Li's words. Although he still harbored some doubts, he could only continuously offer congratulatory words. Following that, Huang Mingli showed his tact by not prying further into Han Li's background. Instead, he voluntarily talked about recent skirmishes between cultivators and demon beasts. However, from his size, it was clear he wasn't optimistic about the future of humans in this area. Listening to his endless chatter, Han Li didn't respond much, but gained a clearer understanding of the current situation in the outer seas. For the next half-month, no incidents occurred. Han Li and the old man successfully reached a small, seemingly ordinary island. The island was only about 100 miles in size, with pitifully thin spiritual energy. Apart from small patches of grass and trees, it was mostly barren gray rocks, typical of desolate islands in the outer seas. Choosing this place was obviously the best cover for the secret market's existence. Even so, when they were still half a day's journey from the island, Han Li and Huang Mingli began using concealment techniques and reduced their flying light. This was naturally a requirement from the secret market's owner. Han Li, hearing Huang Mingli's plea, did not show any impatience and followed suit in silence, which greatly relieved Huang Mingli. After all, some core formation cultivators weren't very accommodating. At this moment, Huang Mingli circled the island from above before descending towards a pile of rocks. Seeing this, Han Li's face showed a hint of curiosity. If he wasn't mistaken, there didn't seem to be any restrictions here. Could it be? Just as Han Li was slightly puzzled, Huang Mingli stood beside a huge rock and skillfully knocked on the rock wall 3 times. Moments later, the rock suddenly split open, revealing a dark hole about a yard wide. Huang Mingli immediately stepped forward, said something in a low voice into the hole, and then turned back to loudly call Han Li. Senior Li, this is the place. Let's go in. Han Li nodded indifferently, descended from the sky, and walked over directly. Inside the hole, there was a sloping stone staircase. Standing beside the staircase was an elderly man in a gray robe, with white hair and beard, roughly at the late foundation establishment stage. "Welcome, Senior, to our market. I hope you find what you need here," the old man said with a respectful but unyielding tone when he saw Han Li enter. "Hopefully," Han Li replied calmly and led the way down. By now, Han Li understood that to avoid attracting demon beasts with an abnormal concentration of spiritual energy, no formations or restrictions were set up here. Instead, a temporary underground space had been created. After walking a short distance along the stairs, Han Li's vision opened up. In front of him was a vast underground world, about 5 or 6 yards high, completely solidified with stone transformation techniques, supported by green stone pillars. In the center were numerous small stone houses, each with various signboards. Over 100 cultivators were trading various items and materials in these stone houses. "Senior Li, this floor is for ordinary goods. If you want to buy rare materials, you need to go to the next floor." Huang Mingli pointed to a stone staircase next to a stone pillar and reminded Han Li. "If I need information about high-level demon beast nests, where can I find it?" Han Li scanned the stone staircase but didn't approach it. Instead, he asked in a low voice. Huang Mingli was visibly stunned upon hearing this. A look of confusion flashed across his face, but he quickly replied. "It depends on what level of demon beast Senior needs. If it's a 5th or 6th level beast, you can go to Tingfeng Pavilion on the lower floor. They specialize in selling rare materials and information about high-level demon beasts, allowing fellow cultivators to obtain them through their own efforts. However, if it's a higher-level beast, they might not have the information. You would need to see if other core formation seniors have such information. Generally, such information about high-level beasts isn't easily disclosed. Senior could participate in the exchange meeting specifically for core formation cultivators. There might be some relevant information there." An exchange meeting. Han Li's eyes lit up with interest. "Yes, usually only core formation cultivators have the materials and treasures needed by other core formation cultivators. So, whenever a market is held, the host gathers these seniors for a private exchange meeting, allowing them to trade what they need. The host also brings out many rare items to participate," Huang Mingli explained carefully. "When does this exchange meeting start?" Han Li asked slowly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Senior will likely have to wait a few more days. It usually starts in the middle of the market period. Someone will come to invite you," Huang Mingli quickly added. Hearing this, Han Li narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a thoughtful expression. After a while, he looked at Huang Mingli and said, "Fellow Taoist Huang, I plan to look around by myself now. Let's part ways here. There's no need for you to accompany me." Han Li didn't want anyone following him while he searched for the companion demon herb. Therefore, he spoke without any courtesy. The old man showed no surprise at these words, and instead, with a smile, readily agreed. Senior's words are exactly what I was hoping for. I also want to buy some materials, so I'll take my leave now. If Senior needs any assistance, feel free to find me. Huang Mingli respectfully bowed to Han Li before hurriedly heading towards a nearby raw materials store, seemingly eager to handle the demon beast corpses. The old man's tactfulness pleased Han Li. After a quick glance, Han Li clasped his hands behind his back and walked towards a shop filled with various herbs. 3 days later, Han Li sat cross-legged in a quiet room within the market, resting with his eyes closed. However, he was somewhat frustrated. On the first day he arrived at the market, he visited every shop on both the first and second floors. As expected, while the companion demon herb was easy to find, there was no trace of the herb associated with 8th-level demon beasts in any store. As for Tingfeng Pavilion, they also had no information on beasts above the 7th level. Thus, his only option was to wait for the exchange meeting and see if other core formation cultivators had any relevant information. For the remaining 2 days, he went nowhere. He rented a quiet room to cultivate and see if he could break through his bottleneck. But until now, he had made no progress. 2 knocks came from the door outside the quiet room. "What is it?" Han Li asked coldly, opening his eyes, having already anticipated the reason for the visit. "Senior Li, I was sent to invite you to the exchange meeting. Are you interested in attending?" A sweet female voice respectfully asked. "Got it. Of course I'll attend," Han Li replied slowly. Then he stood up, opened the stone door, and walked out. Outside, a woman in white stood respectfully, her head lowered. When she saw Han Li come out, she immediately raised her head, revealing a charming and beautiful face. Upon seeing the woman's beautiful face, Han Li's body involuntarily trembled. He stared at her face, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Why is it her? What is she doing here? Han Li thought in amazement. Senior, is something wrong? The woman, being stared at directly by Han Li, blushed and lowered her head in unease, asking softly. Nothing, just lead the way. Han Li quickly regained his composure and replied calmly. The woman still felt a vague unease, but obediently complied, and led Han Li out of the quiet room. As he followed the woman's tall, voluptuous figure, Han Li couldn't help but furrow his brows, the confusion on his face growing deeper. After passing through the plaza on the second floor, the woman led Han Li to a secluded stone wall. She lightly pressed her hand against the stone wall. After a flash of white light, a stone door covered in runes appeared out of nowhere. "Senior Li, please come in." The woman pushed the stone door and respectfully gestured for Han Li to enter. Han Li nodded and stepped inside without saying anything, with the woman following closely behind. The stone door closed automatically behind them, transforming the outside back into ordinary walls. Upon entering, Han Li saw a cyan stone passage with faint white light flashing at the end, seeming relatively short. Silently, Han Li proceeded forward. After turning a corner, he suddenly encountered another wide stone door. Outside the door stood a middle-aged cultivator with a gloomy expression, at the middle stage of core formation, dressed in a blue Confucian robe. As soon as he saw Han Li, the man smiled and greeted him with a respectful hand gesture. "Senior Li, right? I'm Yunshin Zio, the host of this place. Welcome to this exchange meeting. Most of the other fellow cultivators have already arrived. Miss Wen, please make sure to entertain Senior Li well and not neglect him." Yunshin Zio was exceptionally polite to Han Li, then gave a casual instruction to the woman. "Miss Wen." This title naturally revealed the identity of the woman in white, who turned out to be Wen Siyu, the daughter of Wen Qiang, whom Han Li had encountered by chance before, from the Miao Yin sect. It was unclear what Wen Siyu had experienced to end up in this place, which naturally surprised Han Li upon seeing her. However, due to the use of the transformation art, Han Li recognized her, but she did not recognize him. When Wen Siyu heard Yunshin Zio's words, her expression changed suddenly, and she hurriedly responded behind Han Li. Although Han Li didn't turn around, he faintly sensed that Wen Siyu seemed extremely afraid of Yunshin Zio. A hint of strangeness flashed in Han Li's eyes, but after a light smile, he casually exchanged a few polite words with the middle-aged cultivator and entered the door. Inside was a square hall with a circular giant table in the middle, surrounded by several unusually wide grand chairs, most of which were already occupied by cultivators. However, as Han Li observed the situation on the chairs, a strange expression appeared on his face. Except for two female cultivators at the core formation stage sitting alone, the male cultivators sitting beside the other chairs were all accompanied by glamorous and enchanting female cultivators. These female cultivators were all at the foundation establishment stage or early stages of qi condensation, and every one of them was young and beautiful. As Han Li was pondering, a fragrant breeze suddenly rose beside him, and a soft, trembling figure leaned against him. Han Li turned his head slowly and saw a somewhat wooden but beautiful face in front of him. Surprisingly, it was Wen Siyu who took the initiative to approach him, enveloping him in her fragrance. Han Li frowned slightly but didn't push her away. Instead, he looked at the other female cultivators around the male cultivators and revealed a hint of understanding. After a moment of thought, he reached out and embraced her slender waist, then walked confidently to an empty grand chair and sat down steadily. Wen Siyu reluctantly sat down beside him, half of her body leaning into Han Li's embrace. While Wen Siyu fell silent and somewhat stiffened, the arm around her waist loosened slightly. This surprised Wen Siyu, who subconsciously glanced at Han Li with a hint of suspicion and surprise. But at this moment, Han Li calmly surveyed the others. The 7 or 8 core formation cultivators sitting there naturally glanced at Han Li. Although they found his appearance unfamiliar, none of them showed any unusual expression. Instead, Most of them smiled kindly at Han Li. Han Li also relaxed and smiled back. After a while, 5 or 6 core formation cultivators entered the hall, each accompanied by a young and beautiful female cultivator. Seeing all this, Han Li remained composed on the surface but felt slightly surprised inwardly. Yunshin Xiao, who was quite capable, managed to find so many young and beautiful female cultivators. What was even more remarkable was that these female cultivators were all powerful, indicating their extraordinary identities. As Han Li pondered, Yunshin Xiao entered with an elegant and graceful lady by his side. Madame Fan. Han Li was surprised to see Fan Zuo, a representative of the Miao Yin sect, appearing here. It seemed that her relationship with the host of this place was not shallow, making this trip quite interesting. Han Li concealed his surprise skillfully, but his heart was anything but calm. Wen Xiu, whose red blush had reached her neck, suddenly stopped. She hesitantly raised her head, her eyes showing a mix of surprise and suspicion as they landed on Han Li's face. Han Li felt somewhat uneasy on his face, but pretended to ignore her and instead released his arm from her waist a little. Although he never aspired to be a gentleman, Wen Xiu was still an acquaintance, which made Han Li feel somewhat embarrassed. However, Han Li's unusual behavior, except for Wen Xiu, did not attract the attention of others. Because at this point, Yunshin Xiao had taken his seat at the main table, and Madame Fan was elegantly accompanying him. All eyes naturally fell on these two. This exchange meeting has 13 fellow cultivators participating together, which is truly an honor for me, Yunshin Xiao. Although 2 fellow cultivators had other matters and left early, this is the largest gathering of fellow cultivators in history. Without further ado, you can now take out your items, briefly introduce them, state the price, and your intended exchange items. If anyone is interested, transactions can be made. Yunshin Xiao finished with a smile and turned slightly, indicating that the fat old man in blue robe sitting on his left should start. The chubby old man was tightly hugging a petite female cultivator. Upon seeing Yunshin Xiao's smile, he reluctantly released his arm after a moment of reluctance. Then, in a leisurely manner, he said, "Well then, let's start with me. I've brought quite a few good things this time. Whoever can offer something I need, feel free to exchange with me." With these words, the old man took out a storage pouch from his waist and emptied it onto the round table in front of him. After a burst of colorful light, several items appeared on the table. They seemed quite extraordinary, surrounded by spiritual energy. 3 heavenly spirit stones, 1 tiger shark demon Dan, and a sea beast skin. The old man proudly introduced each item, causing many cultivators present to be moved and show a hint of surprise. Obviously, these items were indeed rare treasures. Upon hearing these items, Han Li couldn't help but sneer inwardly. While they were undoubtedly valuable to ordinary core formation cultivators, they were of no interest to him. Even the rarest tiger shark demon Dan was only a 6th grade demon core. Han Li had personally killed at least 7 or 8 of such demon beasts. After the old man finished showcasing his items, he returned to his seat with an air of pride, once again wrapping his arm around the petite female cultivator beside him. The female cultivator, who had initially seemed reluctant to be embraced by him, now couldn't help but shine with excitement, her expression turning gentle. Next to the chubby old man was a strange figure with a red cloth wrapped around his head. He cleared his throat and stood up unsteadily after the old man sat down. This person was unusually tall and thin, resembling a bamboo pole. "I've only brought one thing," he said calmly. "It's a beast egg from a 5th-grade Yao beast, the pancake-eating earthworm." With that, he reached into his bosom and pulled out a yellowish beast egg, about the size of an egg. Pancake-eating earthworm. Upon hearing the strange man's words, the previously calm cultivators sitting at the table all brightened up, staring intently at the beast egg, most of them showing eager eyes. The following cultivators took out items one by one, all of which were extraordinary, mostly treasures that only Foundation establishment cultivators could use. No wonder the secret market specifically held this exchange. Han Li observed coldly from the side, although unimpressed by everything. However, these items stirred up the emotions of other cultivators, gradually heating up the atmosphere. When it was Han Li's turn, he casually took out several rare materials from demonic beasts of the 6th or 7th rank and placed them in front of him, naturally attracting the surprised gazes of others. In the blink of an eye, it was the turn of the last middle-aged cultivator with dark skin, one of the only 3 Foundation establishment mid-stage cultivators present. The gazes of others towards him naturally carried a hint of awe. At this moment, the man's expression remained unchanged. Slowly, he took out 2 items from his body and casually placed them on the table. One was a palm-sized, dull copper piece, and the other was a half-foot-long, gray-white bone, resembling the spine of some animal. These 2 items puzzled most cultivators, as they couldn't see anything special about them, prompting them to want an introduction from this cultivator. However, after the middle-aged cultivator took out the items, he slowly said, "These 2 items, I will only sell to those who know their value. Those who don't have this opportunity should not force it." Then he leaned back, showing no interest, and narrowed his eyes, not even looking at the beautiful female cultivator next to him, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing this, the others were speechless and looked at each other in surprise. Only Han Li and Yunshin Zio, after seeing these 2 items clearly, had slight changes in their expressions, one after the other. A strange expression flashed across Han Li's face. Although the items were far from him, with the help of his powerful spiritual sense, he could clearly see both items. As for the bone, it was nothing special, not even catching his eye as a common material from a demonic beast. But the copper piece piqued his interest. There were some strange and ancient characters engraved on it. These characters were remarkably similar to the ancient text on the unidentified beast skin book containing some nameless qi refining technique. Could there be some connection between them? He had never been able to decipher the contents of those ancient texts. While Han Li was contemplating, Yunshin Xiao laughed heartily. "Ha ha! I didn't expect Brother Sun to be so generous, actually able to produce the spirit bone of an 8th-grade demonic beast. I, Yunshin, am also somewhat tempted." He glanced at the bone as if joking. This statement surprised everyone, causing a commotion. This item could be considered the most precious thing to appear. The existence of an 8th-grade demonic beast was extraordinary, and for them Foundation establishment cultivators, this spirit bone was definitely a rare treasure. When Han Li heard this, his heart stirred even more. Could it be that this person knew about the 8th-grade demonic beast? Seeing Yunshin Xiao mention the origin of the bone, Sun, the cultivator with the bone, just smiled and glanced at him meaningfully, not saying much more. At this moment, the atmosphere at the exchange became truly heated. Excitement was evident on everyone's faces. Even the female cultivators accompanying them all stared at the items on the round table, unable to hide their excitement. Seeing this scene, Han Li couldn't help but glance at the moonlight girl in his arms, noticing a hint of envy in her eyes. It seemed that these items were irresistible to cultivators, regardless of gender. At this moment, the plump old man spoke up, starting to talk about his exchanged items and conditions. Tian Lingzi is exchanging for several spiritual medicines that are over 500 years old. The demonic core requires a 7th-grade demonic beast's spirit tendon in exchange. Of course, if someone offers enough spirit stones, I am willing to sell it. And, after seeing the rare items brought out by the people behind, the old man's arrogance had diminished significantly. But when he mentioned exchanging for a spirit tendon, his gaze unintentionally swept towards Han Li's side. Because among the materials on Han Li's table, there happened to be one that met the conditions. Unfortunately, Han Li wasn't interested in a 7th-grade demonic core at all. He didn't even stand up to indicate any intention to exchange. Instead, he casually embraced the moon in his arms, sitting still with a calm expression. I do want a 7th-grade demonic core, but Wu doesn't have a spirit tendon. I wonder how many spirit stones it would take for someone to part with it. Another gray-haired old man expressed his interest. You all know that it's not like it was in previous years. Demonic cores are getting harder to come by. The price for this 6th-grade one is naturally higher. If someone is willing to offer 15,000 spirit stones, feel free to take it. The plump old man seemed reluctant to sell the demonic core for money and quoted a notably high price. After hearing this, the gray-haired old man sneered and remained silent. Obviously, he thought it was too expensive and gave up on his original plan. I'll take the demonic core, a white-haired old woman said expressionlessly. With that statement, a storage bag shot towards the plump old man. The plump old man was initially surprised, but after checking the storage bag, he showed a satisfied expression. Only Lady Qing has such boldness. Truly not something us poor cultivators can compare to. He seemed to know the old woman and smiled as he tossed the demonic core to her. The white-haired old woman snorted coldly, caught the demonic core, glanced at it a few times, and without a word stored it away, showing no intention of speaking further. The other items of the plump old man were also inquired about by cultivators, and most of them were exchanged. The remaining materials that no one wanted were taken back by him. When it came to the Pan Li Yen beast egg of the red scarf strange man, it caused a frenzy of contention. Because this person's conditions were very loose, whoever exchanged items of higher value or offered more spirit stones would obtain the beast egg. In the end, the item was exchanged by a rather unremarkable red-clothed cultivator with several bottles of rare elixirs. After 5 or 6 people, it was Han Li's turn. Looking at the pile of materials in front of him, before he could speak, he felt several fiery gazes fall on him, including the plump old man who had expressed interest in the spirit tendon. Han Li smiled lightly. Instead of getting up, he leaned back with the moon in his arms, and only then did he calmly say, "I don't want these materials. I'm just exchanging for some information. As long as the intelligence satisfies Li, all these materials will be given up." Information. Intelligence. Han Li's words surprised the others a bit, but they were not ordinary people. Although they were somewhat surprised, they did not make a big deal out of it. Instead, everyone was curious about what Han Li was going to say next. Yunshin Zio's eyes flickered, a hint of doubt flashing across his face. "May I ask which fellow Taoist can provide the location of an 8th-grade demonic beast's lair? I wish to exchange these materials for this information," Han Li said leisurely. An 8th-grade demonic beast. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock, almost all of them changing color. Could it be that fellow Taoist is joking? "Do you intend to target an 8th-grade demonic beast?" The plump old man blurted out, his face full of disbelief. "Of course not. I have other matters that require this information. As for the specifics, it's not convenient for me to explain," Han Li said calmly, tapping his finger on the edge of the round table in front of him, neither hurried nor flustered. At the same time, his gaze swept unabashedly over the faces of the other cultivators. They all wore astonished and surprised expressions, which left Han Li feeling a sense of disappointment. Finally, his gaze landed on the dark-skinned cultivator surnamed Sun. Seeing Han Li's gaze, the cultivator was taken aback for a moment. But then he seemed to understand something and smiled, saying, "Does fellow Taoist think that Sun knows the whereabouts of an 8th-grade demonic beast? Unfortunately, fellow Taoist Li has approached the wrong person." He shook his head, denying it. Seeing this scene, Han Li didn't hide the disappointment on his face and sighed deeply. But just then, a delicate voice sounded in Han Li's ear. "I know where there's an 8th-grade demonic beast, but I don't want these materials. Instead, I have another condition that fellow Taoist Li must agree to, unexpectedly, someone spoke up. Han Li was stunned. You know the whereabouts of an 8th grade demonic beast. Han Li found it hard to believe. The person who spoke was none other than the moonlit girl he was holding in his arms. Yes, I know the general location of a lair of an 8th grade demonic beast. The moonlit girl appeared extremely calm at this moment, half leaning in Han Li's embrace, her beautiful face calm as she spoke. Moon, what nonsense are you talking about? How could you know the whereabouts of an 8th grade demonic beast? Don't speak without thinking. The woman named Fan first looked astonished, but then her face turned cold as she reprimanded. Master Fan, Moon does indeed know the whereabouts of an 8th grade demonic beast and has no intention of deceiving Senior Li. Please rest assured, Master Fan. Just as Han Li was skeptical, he suddenly felt the girl tighten her embrace around him and then resolutely spoke with slightly gnashed teeth. You. Hold on, I want to hear what this lady has to say. As for the veracity of the information, I'll judge for myself. Madame Fan was about to say something, but Han Li's expression darkened and he interrupted. Since Miss Wen knows something, let's have Mr. Li ask her. Yun Tianxiao's eyes flashed with cold light, and after a moment of contemplation, he smiled. Very well, Madame Fan reluctantly agreed. This casual attitude made a trace of imperceptible gloom flash across Yun Tianxiao's face, but he quickly concealed it. At this point, Han Li was already staring at Wen Simoon, starting to inquire, tell me, how did you know about the lair of the 8th-level monster? Han Li's voice was calm and indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, causing Wen Simoon, who was close by, to show a hint of hesitation. But remembering something dreadful, she resolutely said, When I first arrived in the outer sea, I happened to obtain a sea chart, which marked a location. At that time, I thought it was some kind of treasure map, so I went to check it out. As a result, I found a cub of the Riftwind beast there. Fortunately, it was only at the 2nd or 3rd level, and it didn't notice me. Riftwind beasts only give birth to cubs when they reach adulthood and take care of them until they reach the 5th level before leaving. So there must be an 8th-level Riftwind beast there. If you agree to my condition, I'm willing to lead the way. Wen Simoon recounted a buried experience from her heart. Han Li listened with an unchanged expression, but his eyes showed a hint of excitement. She's right. Adult Riftwind beasts are indeed 8th-level monsters. If what she said is true, there must be companion devil grass in the lair. Han Li thought to himself. May I ask, what condition do you want to exchange for this information about the monster's lair? Han Li took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Han Li believed that the other party would not risk deceiving a nascent soul cultivator with false information, so he directly asked about Wen Simoon's condition. I want Senior to take me away from here and accept me as a concubine. Wen Simoon's face blushed slightly, but she said without hesitation. What? Han Li was stunned, showing surprise on his face. What are you talking about, Simoon? Madame Fan couldn't sit still when she heard this. Her beautiful face was filled with a mixture of astonishment and anger. The other cultivators were also astonished, but most of them showed a sardonic expression. Some even couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing this scene, Yun Tianxiao's face suddenly became gloomy, and a hint of lividness appeared. I didn't hear clearly the condition you just proposed to Senior Li. Please repeat it. Yun Tianxiao placed his hands on the round table, staring coldly at Wen Simoon, his expression emotionless. Wen Simoon tightly embraced Han Li, trembling a few times. Upon hearing this, her face turned pale. But when her clear eyes fell on Han Li, who had regained his calmness, she seemed to summon up some courage again. I want to be a concubine for Senior Li and leave the Miao Yin sect from now on. When Simoon exerted all her strength and reluctantly uttered these words to Yun Tianxiao. Then she lowered her head again, not daring to look up. Yun Tianxiao's hands burst into flames half a foot high, wrapping them inside, burning fiercely. The eerie gray light reflected his face, which looked rather terrifying. Bone-chilling yin fire, someone murmured softly. Suddenly, the other nascent soul cultivators, who had been laughing just now, stopped smiling and showed a solemn expression. Honored Senior Li, it seems that this woman has not practiced properly and has some confusion in her mind. Please don't take her nonsense seriously. Guards, take Wen Simoon down, suppress her mana, and have her face the wall for half a month before making any decisions. Yun Tianxiao ordered coldly without any emotion. With this command, two Qingyi cultivators walked in from outside the stone door, both with cultivation bases in the late foundation establishment stage, and walked straight towards Han Li's side. Wen Simoon immediately paled, looking at Han Li with pleading eyes, revealing a pitiful gaze that made people's hearts ache. Han Li frowned slightly. Wait a moment, he finally spoke up. What's the matter, Senior Li? Are you really interested in this female cultivator from our sect? Madame Fan couldn't hold back her cold words before Yun Tianxiao could speak. Perhaps, but I'm more interested in knowing about the monster. Please, Madam and Brother Yun, don't be so impatient. Why not listen to my conditions first? Han Li looked at the other party without blinking and said calmly. Seeing Han Li's reaction, Yun Tianxiao's face showed a hint of hesitation, and he contemplated for a moment before waving his hand, extinguishing the flames. You can go down first. Let me hear it. Yun Tianxiao said coldly to Han Li without any emotion. He decided to give Han Li some face first. After all, the other party was also a nascent soul cultivator, and he still had a major event to accomplish this time, which required the assistance of all the nascent soul cultivators present. So he didn't want to easily offend anyone. If you use these things to exchange, Yun Tianxiao said coldly, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. These things in front of him were all rare materials from 6th or 7th level monsters, worth at least tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Yet the other party used them so indifferently to exchange for a female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Even if she was charming and attractive, Yun Tianxiao was still surprised. Could the information about the 8th-level monster really be so important to this person? Was he using this opportunity to step down, or was he going to take advantage of the other party again? Various thoughts raced through Yun Tianxiao's mind, and just as he finally made up his mind and was about to say something with a relieved expression, Madame Fan suddenly moved closer to his ear and murmured a few words softly. Instantly, Yun Tianxiao's expression changed abruptly, showing a hesitant look. Honored Senior Li, even if you offer more materials, this woman cannot be taken away. Otherwise, once this precedent is set, anyone who fancies a female cultivator from our sect can easily take her away. Where would that leave the reputation of our Miao Yin sect? Yun Tianxiao remained silent for a moment before speaking out righteously. This statement made the other cultivators present first puzzled, then they exchanged thoughtful glances. With so many rare materials, it should be more than enough to exchange for a female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Yet Yun Tianxiao refused. Surely there must be some issues inside. As Han Li's demeanor indicated that he seemed unwilling to let go of the woman, the other people couldn't help but sneer, sensing that an entertaining show was about to unfold. Miao Yin sect. Han Li pursed his lips, a hint of peculiar expression flashing in his eyes. What, Senior Li? Don't you know that this secret market is operated by our sect? And I, Yun Tianxiao, am precisely an elder of the Miao Yin sect, assisting Master Fan in managing our sect. Yun Tianxiao said coldly, a faintly eerie aura appearing on his face, exuding a chilling intimidation. However, Yun Tianxiao's actions were merely meant to intimidate the other party. He's just a foundation establishment cultivator, and he's on his own territory. He must have weighed the pros and cons and can only back down. It's a pity about these materials. Yun Tianxiao thought somewhat regretfully, with no hint of worry in his mind. But just then, he noticed a cold smile appearing at the corner of Han Li's mouth, as he abruptly uttered a stiff good. Then, as if seeing the other party raise his right hand, a white light suddenly appeared. Yun Tianxiao's heart trembled, activating his defensive technique as numerous gray flames appeared around him, protecting him within. However, the white light ruthlessly struck the gray flames, and after a moment of distortion, suddenly revealed 12 small swords, each about a foot long, fiercely stabbing down. Ah, Yun Tianxiao was frightened out of his wits, hastily opening his mouth to summon a magical treasure. But under the onslaught of the 12 flying swords, the protective gray flames couldn't withstand even for a moment, instantly dissipating as more than a dozen bloody holes were pierced through his body. At this moment, Yun Tianxiao had just summoned a gray small trident, but he had already fallen to the ground with a miserable scream. The other cultivators watched in shock, their mouths gaping open, unable to close for a long time. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he made a single-handed gesture, causing the 12 small swords to instantly merge into one. After a flash of white light, they disappeared into his sleeve. "Now can we call it even?" Han Li said calmly, lowering his hand. The attack just now didn't kill the opponent, only severely injuring them, rendering them unable to continue fighting for the time being. After a moment, Yunshin Xiao struggled to stand up again, his body covered in blood. Looking at Han Li, his eyes were full of fear. "All right, I admit defeat. Friend Wensiyu, you can take her away now. But let me make it clear beforehand. A senior has already set his eyes on this woman, intending to use her as a furnace. After you take her away, don't blame me for any trouble that may arise," Yunshin Xiao said with a pale face, taking out a few talismans and patting them on his body. After a green light flashed, his wounds disappeared at a visible speed. A furnace. Han Li understood why Wensiyu was so desperate to leave. However, the implied threat in the latter part of his words made his expression suddenly turn cold. "Someone else is interested in her too. It doesn't matter. I must take her away. Friend, it's better to speak less threatening words, or if I'm in a bad mood, I might just slaughter everyone here," Han Li said calmly, then casually scanned the surroundings. His words weren't just empty threats. If there weren't so many nascent soul cultivators present, he wouldn't be sure he could eliminate them all without leaving anyone behind. Otherwise, he would have acted and killed everyone here. But even so, the ruthlessness in his words made most of the cultivators present change their expressions, either looking uneasy or bowing their heads, none daring to look directly at Han Li. Yunshin Xiao naturally also thought of this possibility. Coupled with the fact that the opponent was only at the early nascent soul stage, but nearly took his life with a single blow, and was still looking for the nest of an 8th-grade demonic beast, he couldn't help but feel bitter. Seeing everyone's cautious silence, Han Li sneered and made a gesture with his hand. The bronze piece belonging to the dark-skinned man suddenly floated up, and with a whoosh, shot into Han Li's palm. Han Li took a closer look at it, without any hesitation. Although the dark-skinned cultivator's expression changed slightly, he moved his lips a few times, but didn't dare to say anything dissatisfied. Since the other party could almost kill Yunshin Xiao, a nascent soul middle-stage cultivator, with similar cultivation to his own, he naturally was no match either. However, his complexion didn't look good at all. "I'll take this. How much spirit stones do you need?" Han Li placed the bronze piece down and asked the owner of the item in a nonchalant tone. "Save. No, 5,000 spirit stones will do." The dark-skinned cultivator was somewhat surprised and subconsciously replied. Han Li took out a 5th-grade demonic core and accurately placed it in front of the man. "Let's use this demonic core for the exchange. As for the other materials on the table, consider them as the price for this woman's freedom," Han Li said, turning to Mrs. Fan. Then he patted the shoulder of the woman in his arms, letting her loosen her grip before standing up calmly and walking out without haste. After a moment, Wensiu realized what was happening and hurriedly got up, following him nervously. "Wait, Senior. Mrs. Fan's expression changed, and she actually called out. This made Han Li pause for a moment, stopping his footsteps and turning around with a hint of interest on his face. However, Wen Xiu was slightly nervous and unconsciously leaned against Han Li's side. "What is it?" Han Li narrowed his eyes slightly and asked calmly. "Senior, don't you want to return to the inner sea? Our melodic sound sect has a way to send you and your friends back to the inner sea soon. We only lack some crucial materials to complete the teleportation array. So, during this exchange meeting, I actually wanted to seek help from fellow cultivators. As long as you help our sect complete this teleportation array, we can send everyone back to the inner sea for free," Mrs. Fan said with a respectful tone. Facing nascent soul cultivators, she dared not be the slightest bit negligent. "What do you mean by that?" Han Li frowned and said indifferently. He wasn't interested in listening to such vague words. Seeing Han Li's impatience, Mrs. Fan didn't dare to beat around the bush and quickly said, "Our melodic sound sect is preparing a teleportation array to return to the inner sea. However, we lack some crucial materials and cannot complete it. So, during this exchange meeting, I actually wanted to seek help from fellow cultivators. As long as you help our sect complete this teleportation array, we can send everyone back to the inner sea for free." Upon hearing Mrs. Fan's words, most of the other nascent soul cultivators showed a thoughtful expression. Now that the outer sea was dominated by demonic beasts, even they felt it was difficult to stay for long. Naturally, they had long thought of returning to the inner sea. However, without a teleportation array, relying on their own flight, they might not be able to return to the inner sea for 5 or 6 years, not to mention the various risks they might encounter on the way. That's why they've been stuck here until now. Just having a teleportation array isn't enough. Don't tell me that your melodic sound sect also knows how to refine teleportation tokens, the white-haired old woman said coldly after some contemplation. "You don't need to worry about that, Senior. Although our melodic sound sect doesn't know how to refine teleportation tokens, we've already purchased some from other channels before the beast tide. The quantity is enough to send everyone here back to the inner sea. However, the most crucial material for this array, the Dreamstone, is extremely rare. Despite searching for years, we've only found one location where it's produced. However, it happens to be near the habitat of a group of high-level demonic beasts. Most of these demonic beasts are at the 5th or 6th rank, and their numbers are not small. They're not something a few cultivators can easily exterminate. Moreover, if a few escape and alert higher-level demonic beasts, the situation will be even worse. That's why our sect wants to seek the help of fellow cultivators," Mrs. Fan said earnestly, then glanced at Han Li with a hint of helplessness. After hearing this explanation, the others looked at each other. As for Han Li, he rubbed his chin and showed a hint of contemplation on his face. However, he quickly said, "I'm not interested in getting involved in this matter. You can handle it yourselves." After that, he ignored them and left the hall. Wen Xiu didn't hesitate to follow him. No one dared to stop Han Li as he left. leaving behind a group of bewildered cultivators in the hall. Mrs. Fan couldn't hide her disappointment, while Yunshin Zio, who had remained silent, spoke up again. Since Friend Li is unwilling to assist, our sect won't force the issue. Next, I will introduce some information about the demonic beasts near the Dreamstone, and then fellow cultivators can make their own judgments. There. Previously, it was as if Han Li's heavy injury never happened, as Yunshin Zio eloquently continued speaking. Elder, are you really not interested in returning to the inner sea? Wensiu murmured behind Han Li. Why do you want to go back? Han Li replied indifferently without turning his head. Not really, it's just. Wensiu's voice trailed off, and she didn't finish her sentence. By this time, Han Li had already taken her out of the stone wall without a word, and headed straight for the exit. Since the purpose of this trip had been achieved, he naturally had no interest in staying in this place any longer. Han Li, accompanied by Wensiu, left the secret market from the entrance guarded by the old man, attracting astonished looks. Then, with a flicker of light, they disappeared into the void. Wensiu remained silent throughout the journey, not asking Han Li about their destination, seemingly leaving everything to him. Han Li didn't offer any explanation either, flying silently with her in tow. 2 days later, Han Li finally found a desolate island with faint spiritual energy and landed. The island had several 100-foot-tall mountains, verdant with many trees. After flying around the mountains, Han Li brought Wensiu to the foot of one of them. Under her astonished gaze, Han Li released his flying swords. After several hours, he had carved out a small cave dwelling at the base of the mountain. Though this cave was only half the size of his former cave in the Sea of Fog, and its construction was much simpler, it still included a bedroom, a secret room, and even an alchemy lab and herb garden. Han Li, satisfied with his work, set up a few formations at the entrance before leading Wensiu inside. You will live here from now on. I will give you the incantations for the entrance formations. This place is quite secluded, so you can cultivate peacefully and might even have a chance to reach the core formation stage. Han Li, after settling her in the bedroom, sat on a hastily carved stone chair, looked her over, and spoke slowly. Senior Li, Han Li chuckled. I'm sorry, I should call you. Wensiu quickly lowered her head, looking unsure. She truly didn't know how to address him now that she had become his concubine. You can call me Mr. Li, Han Li said calmly, rubbing his nose. He hadn't revealed his true face to her, still appearing as a middle-aged man. Yes, Mr. Li, Wensiu said obediently after a moment of hesitation. Han Li nodded in satisfaction and, after some thought, asked warmly, when did you arrive in the outer sea? How did Madame Fan become the head of Miao Yin's sect? From what I know, Fairy Xiling has always been in charge. Oh, Mr. Li seems to know a lot about our sect's history. Wensiu's eyes flashed with surprise, as Han Li didn't immediately ask about the demon beast lair, but instead about Miao Yin's sect. After some thought, she explained, Before Miao Yin's sect moved to the outer sea, everything was indeed under the control of the young sect leader. But later, when she went to the Void Heaven Temple to retrieve a treasure, a sudden change occurred within the sect. By the time I returned, Deacon Zhuo was nowhere to be found, and the sect's authority had fallen into the hands of Deacon Fan and some outsiders. Later, I learned they were demonic cultivators, and Miao Yin's sect had become a demonic sect's vassal. Deacon Fan declared herself the leader and gathered many disciples, leading us through the Tianxing City teleportation array to this place. I was also brought along at that time. Since then, our sect has established the secret market here and continued it until now. Many female disciples with doubts have disappeared or been sent away over the years. If not for your rescue today, I would likely have been someone else's furnace, Wen Siyu said sadly. What is your leader, Madam Fan, doing in the outer sea? It can't be just to set up a secret market, right? Han Li asked, his expression unchanged. I don't know much about that. However, Deacon Fan and that demonic cultivator surnamed Yun have been collecting various kinds of information through the secret market, as if searching for something, Wen Siyu said uncertainly, her face also showing confusion. Hearing this, Han Li stopped questioning and pondered. From her words, it seemed that after he saved her, the rebellion within Miao Yin's sect took place. At that time, Fairy Xiling and he were trapped in the Void Heaven Temple. Once Deacon Fan seized power, she immediately took a large number of disciples to Qi Yuan Island. The Reverse Star Alliance then launched an attack on Tianxing City. It appeared that whichever demonic faction was plotting against Miao Yin's sect had significant influence within the Reverse Star Alliance. Otherwise, the timing wouldn't have been so precise. By the time Fairy Xiling emerged from the Void Heaven Temple, the sect would have been empty. As for this demonic faction's intent to use Miao Yin's sect's female cultivators to search for something in this sea area, it surely had another purpose. Han Li, unconcerned, decided not to delve further into the matter. Moreover, since the real man Myo, with whom he had a deep feud, seemed involved with the current Miao Yin sect, Han Li was even less inclined to get entangled. Thus, he outright rejected Madame Fan's proposal at the secret market. As for returning to the inner sea, Han Li hadn't considered it before breaking through his cultivation bottleneck. Although the outer sea was full of demonic beasts, it wasn't necessarily safer in the inner sea for someone like him, who carried precious treasures. Han Li meticulously considered Wen Siyu's words multiple times and found no deceit. She appeared to have been honest with him. Han Li was cautious due to the allure of the Void Heaven Cauldron, which countless nascent soul stage elders coveted. He didn't want to fall into a trap due to carelessness. Historically, many had fallen into traps because of women. Han Li didn't want to become one of them. Although the possibility of Wen Siyu being part of a trap was minimal, he remained cautious. After all, no one could predict when he would show up and where. Moreover, he had confidence in his transformation technique. Even nascent soul stage cultivators might not see through his disguise. At this moment, Wen Siyu, seeing Han Li's uncertain expression, felt uneasy. Returning to his senses, Han Li noticed her anxious look and smiled slightly. Now that I have brought you out of the secret market and settled you here as promised, you can tell me the location of the demon beast lair. Once I know, I will leave immediately, and we will be even. Senior, you don't want me as your concubine. Wen Siyu was taken aback, looking surprised. I am used to being alone, and don't need anyone following me, Han Li replied calmly. Wen Siyu fell silent, her expression complex. After a moment, she shook her head lightly. I have no intention of testing you. I was sincere in what I said. However, if you insist on being my concubine, I won't refuse. Just don't regret it later, Han Li said with a knowing smile. He didn't believe she truly wanted to be his concubine. The proposal in the secret market was likely out of desperation. While being a concubine was better than being a furnace, no foundation establishment stage female cultivator would willingly become someone else's concubine. Those who did were usually forced into it. Though Han Li was tempted by Wen Siyu's beauty, he knew that now was a critical period for his cultivation and couldn't afford to keep a foundation establishment stage cultivator by his side. He thought it would be better to let her go. Wen Siyu, hearing his explanation, was finally half convinced and looked hesitant. So do you really want to be my concubine? Han Li asked softly, amusement in his eyes. No. Since that's the case, let's forget about the concubine matter. You don't need to dwell on it, Han Li said without any intention of making things difficult. Wen Siyu was overjoyed, her face relaxing, and she smiled radiantly, making Han Li's heart flutter. Despite the enchanting sight, Han Li quickly buried his feelings under his rationality. Now, tell me about the wind-splitting beast, Han Li asked calmly after regaining his composure. Mr. Li, the wind-splitting beast's lair is now quite dangerous. It's near the edge of the abyss. Please reconsider before deciding whether to go there, Wen Siyu said worriedly. The edge of the abyss. Han Li frowned, realizing it indeed sounded troublesome. The abyss was currently extremely perilous. After asking Wen Siyu for the location of the wind-splitting beast's lair, Han Li casually left her a bottle of pills for her to take and refine. Wen Siyu was naturally very grateful and immediately shut herself in to refine the medicinal power with great joy. Han Li, on the other hand, entered another secret room to study the newly acquired bronze piece. Now sitting cross-legged in the secret room, he carefully examined the object in his hand. The bronze piece had inscriptions on one side, while the other side bore an extremely strange drawing of a creature with 3 heads and 6 arms. The creature had 3 fierce faces with wide eyes and 6 arms raised toward the sky, its purpose unknown. Frowning, Han Li observed it for a while before taking out the beast skin scroll and comparing the texts on the 2 items. He discovered that the characters on the bronze piece and those on the beast skin scroll were structurally similar for the most part, but differed slightly in details. It was as if they originated from the same source but had evolved into different scripts. Unable to discern anything from the surface, Han Li injected his mana into the bronze piece without further hesitation. As the mana entered the bronze piece, it emitted a clear humming sound and began to tremble. Suddenly, the bronze piece glowed brightly, and a yellow beam of light shot out from its inscribed side, projecting onto the opposite stone wall. An animated ancient scroll appeared immediately. Han Li first felt a surge of joy, but upon closer inspection, he was stunned. A humanoid demon beast covered in scales with a single horn on its head appeared in the painting. This demon beast looked exactly like the three-headed, six-armed creature engraved on the back of the bronze piece, except it currently had only one head. As Han Li wondered about this, the light flickered, and the demon beast in the painting sat cross-legged on the ground, forming a peculiar hand seal with both hands. Its entire body twisted slightly, adopting a strange posture. Han Li looked bewildered. After a while, the demon beast in the painting changed its hand seal, twisted its body again, and adopted an even more bizarre sitting posture. In this way, the humanoid demon beast changed to a mysterious posture and hand seal every so often, as if practicing some cultivation technique. After about half an hour, the light on the bronze piece dimmed, and the image disappeared. Han Li had counted, and found that the demon beast in the painting had assumed a total of 36 different postures. Han Li rubbed his nose, looked at the item in his hand, and his face was filled with a peculiar expression. Although he couldn't understand the text on the bronze piece, from the painting, it was clear that this was not something for human cultivators, but recorded a cultivation technique for demon cultivators. He had never known before that high level, demon beasts also had cultivation techniques. Weren't demon beasts naturally able to absorb spiritual energy and cultivate on their own? Judging from the fact that this cultivation technique was practiced by a demon beast capable of transforming into a humanoid form, this technique was undoubtedly extraordinary. However, looking at the bronze piece in his hand, Han Li had a wry smile on his face. Even if he could decipher the text, would he dare to practice a demon cultivation technique? Besides, he wasn't lacking high-level cultivation techniques. The complete set of the Mystic Yin manual was still safely stored in his storage pouch. Thinking this way, it was no wonder that the dark-skinned cultivator had brought out this item with such mystery to trade. It was completely useless. Han Li felt as if he had been taken for a small ride and felt a bit disheartened. Since the text on the bronze piece was an exclusive inheritance of demon cultivators, he wouldn't find any clues even if he scoured numerous human records. In this light, there was no need to decipher the contents of the beast skin scroll either. It was likely another demon cultivation technique. Han Li let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat unlucky as he tossed both items into his storage pouch and walked out of the stone room. With his hopes dashed, Han Li was naturally a bit disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted his mood, preparing to leave this place and head to the abyssal sea. The matter of the demon accompanying grass was of utmost importance to him, directly affecting his advancement on the path of cultivation. After consuming the 5-color sphere, he felt that his cultivation aptitude had been improving over the years. Although he still couldn't compare to those with heavenly spiritual roots or exotic spiritual roots, his ability to absorb and convert spiritual energy was now on par with cultivators possessing 3 spiritual roots. The heaven supplementing pill truly lived up to its reputation, giving Han Li a bit more hope for forming his nascent soul. When Han Li came out, Wen Siyu was still in seclusion, refining the medicinal power. It seemed she wouldn't come out for another 2 or 3 months. Han Li did not disturb her. After some thought, he left a few magical tools and the incantations to control the cave's formations in her bedroom before leaving the place alone. High above the island, Han Li looked around, determined the direction, and transformed into a streak of blue light, heading towards the abyss. Along the way, Han Li encountered a few demon beasts, which he unceremoniously dispatched. Occasionally encountering human cultivators, Han Li didn't bother with them, flying past from a distance. A month later, Han Li finally approached the vicinity of the abyssal sea. At this point, he began to conceal his aura and hide his presence. This area was the stronghold of high-level demon beasts, and Han Li was extremely cautious, not daring to be reckless. As expected, along the way, Han Li frequently encountered various demon beasts, but thanks to his excellent concealment techniques, he managed to avoid any dangerous encounters and got closer to the sea. After a few days, Han Li stopped his advance and, floating in the air, looked solemnly at a small island faintly visible in the distance. According to Wen Siyu, the lair of the 8th-level demon beast was on this island. Han Li dared not rush in recklessly. If the adult wind-splitting beast was in the lair, it would be suicide. Similarly, he didn't dare to release his divine sense to scan the island superficially. Thus, Han Li found a reef protruding from the water far from the island and set up a small illusion array. He then sat on the reef, alternating between quiet cultivation and patiently monitoring the island. Until he could ascertain the whereabouts of the 8th-level demon beast, he dared not act rashly. Unfortunately, the rainbow grass had no attraction to demon beasts above the 8th level. Otherwise, he could use this grass to lure the adult wind-splitting beast away, saving himself the trouble. Now, he could only wait patiently. Time passed day by day, and Han Li continued watching the island from the reef for several months. No demon beast appeared on the island. Despite his patience, Han Li's heart grew uneasy. Could it be that the adult demon beast is not on the island, or has the wind-splitting beast abandoned this lair? Is the island empty? Han Li began to doubt. Another month passed without any results. Helpless, Han Li finally decided to enter the island to see for himself. He couldn't waste years sitting on this reef. The next day at dawn, Han Li concealed all his spiritual energy without a trace and quietly flew onto the island. Having observed the island from a distance for months, he was already familiar with it. Flying halfway up a stone mountain, Han Li saw a pitch-black cave entrance hidden by several large rocks, just as Wen Siyu had described, about several feet in size. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly. After casting several auxiliary spells on himself, his figure disappeared. Invisible, Han Li cautiously entered the cave, slowly releasing his divine sense to probe his surroundings. The cave was deep and sloped downward, growing more humid the further he went. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Han Li reached a corner and stopped, a trace of tension on his face. Han Li closed his eyes and used his divine sense to scan ahead. Moments later, his face showed a strange expression. Han Li hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and rounded the corner. His vision brightened abruptly, revealing a natural, massive cave. It was over 100 feet wide and more than 10 feet high. The stone walls and ceiling glowed faintly green, and a steaming, sapphire-blue pond lay in the center. Strange plants grew around the pond. Han Li's gaze immediately locked onto a few small black plants about an inch long among the vegetation, his eyes showing a hint of excitement. This was the demon accompanying grass he had been searching for. Only around 8th level demon beasts did the demon accompanying grass turn black. Below the 8th level, it was gray. Looking towards the pond in the center, Han Li's fleeting joy was replaced with a solemn expression. If the wind-splitting beast were in the cave, it was most likely beneath the pond. Although he had used his divine sense to scan the pond earlier, it seemed incredibly deep. He had only scanned a short distance before retracting his divine sense in fright. Han Li licked his lips and, without further hesitation, flashed to the pond's edge. Then, with a light pat on his storage pouch, a jade box appeared in his hand, while his other hand swiftly made a grabbing motion towards the ground. A few demon accompanying grass plants that Han Li had his eyes on flew into the jade box, roots and all. With a crisp snap sound, Han Li swiftly closed the jade box, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Obtaining the demon accompanying grass so easily was truly unexpected. However, this place was not safe for long. Just as Han Li was about to turn and fly away, a faint voice spoke from behind him. "You stayed around here for so long just for these plants. Human cultivators are indeed strange." It was an unfamiliar male voice. Han Li's expression changed drastically, his face turning extremely grim. But he quickly calmed himself. His body flickered, and with a somber expression, he turned around. In front of him stood a demon cultivator in a green robe, looking at him curiously. Seeing the other's appearance, Han Li's mouth turned bitter. This demon cultivator had a silver crown on his head and wore hemp shoes. Aside from his emerald green, narrow eyes, and a horned, pointed nose, he looked almost exactly like a human male. Hanley's eyelids twitched wildly. A demon beast that could nearly completely transform into human form couldn't possibly be just an 8th-level beast. Could this be the legendary 9th or 10th level beast? Hanley's body stiffened, and though he had already grabbed the 5 elements ring and a spirit beast pouch, he dared not act rashly. "You noticed me long ago," Hanley said dryly, finding his own voice uncomfortably rough. But the demon cultivator across from him reacted with a slight start and then chuckled. "Indeed, I noticed you the day you arrived. Initially, I thought you were just a passing human cultivator, so I didn't pay you much mind. But then you stayed on a nearby reef, which piqued my interest," the green-robed demon cultivator said with a smile, revealing a set of snow-white teeth. For some reason, Hanley felt those teeth were overly sharp, gleaming with a chilling light. Named Fang, so he really is that adult wind-splitting beast, Hanley thought, his heart sinking further. "In that case, why didn't you act earlier?" Hanley asked, forcing a smile. "I wanted to see you sooner, but I had just completed the 2nd phase of my transformation and was stabilizing my form, making it unsuitable to come out. Now that I've just finished, I intended to go out, but who would have thought you'd come to my lair?" the wind-splitting beast said with a strange smile. 2nd phase of transformation. Could he have just reached the 9th level? Hanley's face turned a bit pale, cold sweat seeping from his hand gripping the 5 elements ring. 9th level? That's your human way of categorizing us demons, right? Yes, the 2nd phase of our transformation corresponds to what you call a 9th level beast, the wind-splitting beast said casually, blinking. Hearing the other openly admit it, Hanley fell silent but soon gave a bitter smile. If it were an 8th level beast, he felt he might have a slim chance of survival. But against a 9th level demon cultivator, he had no hope of escaping alive. His demise seemed inevitable. With this realization, Hanley stopped speaking. He suddenly opened his mouth, shooting out over 10 blue rays that circled around him. Then, with a single hand motion, he was about to summon his spirit beast pouch. But in that instant, the demon cultivator moved. Hanley's vision blurred, and the spirit beast pouch was snatched from his hand. Though the dozen flying swords blocked in front of him, the demon's speed was too fast. Before the swords could strike, he had already returned to his original position. Hanley, horrified, turned pale. How could he forget that the wind-splitting beast was renowned for its speed among high-level beasts? At such close range, the speed of a 9th-level wind-splitting beast was almost akin to teleportation. How could he possibly harm it? In an instant, chaotic thoughts flooded Hanley's mind. With his face turning a shade of iron blue, a strange flush appeared. He pressed a hand to his storage pouch, producing a gleaming golden silk ball. Without hesitation, Hanley raised his hand and swallowed the ball, then coldly stared at the green-robed demon cultivator in silence. He had decided that before dying, he would use the dry blue bead within him to trigger the exorcising divine thunder, causing a massive explosion. Even if it didn't take the demon down with him, it would severely wound the beast. The wind-splitting beast, seeing Han Li's strange actions, showed a trace of surprise, but then smiled indifferently. He, why so hasty? I never said I meant you harm, he said, casually tossing the spirit beast pouch. What do you mean? Aren't you demons exterminating human cultivators? Han Li asked coldly. He had no intention of being toyed with before his death. That's just the sea tribes nearby fighting humans. I don't answer to them. I just like the phosphorescent pool here and decided to settle for a while, the wind-splitting beast said, shaking his head. Han Li was stunned. He recalled that wind-splitting beasts were intermediary between sea beasts and demonic birds. They weren't purely sea beasts, and from the demon's tone, it seemed he wasn't a local. Could it be he truly had no intention of killing him? Han Li's expression turned uncertain. After a moment, Han Li recalled his flying swords, his expression easing slightly. Since the swords couldn't harm the demon, it was better to be straightforward. If deceived, he could always use the dry blue bead to self-destruct. Seeing Han Li withdraw his treasure, the wind-splitting beast looked pleased. I like dealing with smart humans. Here, take this back, he said, tossing the spirit beast pouch back to Han Li without even checking its contents. Han Li caught it, feeling slightly more at ease. Would you be interested in visiting my actual abode? This is the first time I've invited a human cultivator, the demon cultivator said unexpectedly. Though the wind-splitting beast spoke politely, Han Li dared not refuse and nodded with a wry smile. Seeing Han Li agree, the wind-splitting beast looked delighted. Without further ado, he raised his hand, producing a blue sphere of light that expanded to envelop them both. Han Li's face flickered, but he did not resist, watching as the blue light pulled him to the demon's side. With a splash, the light sphere plunged them into the pool, sinking straight down. The sphere emitted a faint blue glow, allowing Han Li to see the underwater world. Strangely, aside from some palm-sized white fish, he saw no other marine life, no shrimp or seaweed. Seeing Han Li's curiosity, the wind-splitting beast smiled without comment. After a while, the sphere stopped descending and began moving sideways. In no time, a large black stone door appeared, glowing with white light, seemingly warded. We're here. This is my humble abode. Please don't laugh, the wind-splitting beast said courteously, pointing at the door. Han Li forced a smile, saying nothing. The sphere collided with the door, which opened on its own. The light sphere passed through a white barrier, delivering them into a dry passage. The passage glittered with embedded pearls of various colors, lighting it as bright as day. Please, this way, the wind-splitting beast said proudly, seeing Han Li's amazement. These pearls were not ordinary. They came from millennia-old spiritual clams found deep underwater and had special properties against water and fire. Reluctantly, Han Li walked ahead, the demon following leisurely. The passage wasn't long, soon leading to a colorful hall decorated with various corals. At its center stood a pristine jade table and several chairs of the same material. In the corners were antique incense burners, each with a thick black candle emitting a faint fragrance. "Please take a seat," Feng Zai said grandly, taking a seat himself and motioning to Han Li. Without a word, Han Li sat down across from the demon cultivator. "Pardon my rudeness, but may I know your name?" "I am Feng Zai," the wind-splitting beast said, half closing his eyes and asking gently. "I am Li," Han Li replied slowly after a moment of hesitation. "So it's Taoist Li. You must be puzzled. In fact, if it were any other human cultivator before me, I would have killed them with a single strike. There is no peace between humans and demon cultivators," Feng Zai said, touching the silver crown on his head and smiling faintly. "In that case, what is it that makes me special in Senior Feng's eyes?" Han Li asked with a forced smile, feeling a chill in his heart. "You are only at the mid-core formation stage, yet you dared to come here relying on the marvel of your chi-concealing technique," Feng Zai said, his eyes flashing green. Chi-concealing technique. Han Li was startled, immediately thinking of the nameless incantation in his beast hide book. "Indeed, your chi-concealing technique is somewhat familiar. I once saw it used by an old friend. It's strange, though, as this technique should have been his secret art. How can a human cultivator use it?" Feng Zai asked, looking curious. Naturally, Han Li wouldn't easily reveal the matter of the beast hide book, so he remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Seeing Han Li's silence, Feng Zai leaned back slightly and laughed. "No need to worry. My old friend passed away many years ago. I don't expect an explanation from you. I'm merely curious about a human using our demon's secret art. The main reason I haven't harmed you is because you practice a highly pure wood attribute cultivation technique. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting here alive," Feng Zai said nonchalantly. Hearing that the reason he wasn't attacked was due to his cultivation technique, Han Li was very surprised, showing a look of astonishment. Seeing Han Li's surprised expression, Feng Zai said nothing more. Instead, he flipped his hands, and with a flash of white light, an ancient golden jug appeared in one hand and an exquisite white jade cup in the other. He then poured a vivid green liquid into the jade cup. A rich, intoxicating fragrance instantly filled the hall. The humanoid demon took a deep breath, showing a look of infatuation on his face. He then flicked his finger, and the jade cup slid smoothly in front of Han Li. "Try some of my self-brewed green flame wine. This is a true spirit wine that takes over 100 years to brew a single batch. It can even slightly improve one's cultivation. Who knows, you might break through your current bottleneck with this," Feng Zai said meaningfully, staring at Han Li. Han Li was startled by these words. He looked down at the liquid in the cup, feeling a surge of astonishment. The fact that the other could see through his cultivation bottleneck at a glance, showed his immense capabilities. However, Han Li was skeptical about breaking through the bottleneck with this wine. He had consumed numerous pills to enhance his cultivation. If he could break through with their help, he would have already achieved the 9th level of the Azure Origin sword art and wouldn't still be struggling now. Moreover, without knowing the other's true intentions, how could he dare to drink the wine? These thoughts made Han Li hesitate. Seeing Han Li's hesitation, Feng Zai's eyes flashed coldly, and his expression darkened. What? Afraid that I've done something to the wine? Don't forget, if I wanted to kill you, it would be a matter of moments, Feng Zai said coldly. Senior is right, but I still want to understand why you won't kill me. Otherwise, I'd rather be cautious, Han Li said, his face turning pale as he glanced at the wine cup, determined to hold his ground. Feng Zai seemed a bit surprised, but his face soon turned icy, exuding a sinister aura. Han Li's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly wrapped his true essence around the dry blue ice pearl in his abdomen, watching Feng Zai closely without saying a word. After a long silence, Feng Zai frowned and then relaxed his expression. It seems I must explain myself for Taoist Li to understand my goodwill, Feng Zai said after some thought. This green flame wine is not only difficult to brew and takes 100 years, but also requires a shape-shifting demon core as a main ingredient. Only my wind-splitting beast clan can brew this wine. Other demon cultivators, even with the formula, cannot brew it due to lack of talent. This wine is just a delicacy to me, but to a core formation cultivator like you, drinking it for the first time can likely stimulate your true essence and help you break through your bottleneck. Of course, I'm offering such a precious thing because I need your wood attribute cultivation technique for an important matter. But mid-core formation is too low. Normally, even late-core formation wouldn't suffice, but your cultivation technique is exceptional, with true essence far deeper than others at your level. So you might barely help. If you insist on not drinking, you should know the consequences, Feng Zai said plainly, seeing no point in further deception. Han Li's expression changed several times as he listened. After a while, he asked dryly, "What if I drink it and still can't break through?" Then Taoist Li will be of no use to me, and I'll take your life to compensate for the loss of my precious wine, Feng Zai said with a cold laugh, frankly revealing his intentions. Han Li had anticipated this, but still felt his face twitching upon hearing it. "All right, I'll drink it," Han Li said after a brief deliberation, taking a deep breath and making up his mind. Hearing this, Feng Zai's face showed joy. Han Li placed a hand on the table, and with a flash of green light, the liquid in the cup turned into a stream and flew into his open mouth. Without even tasting it, Han Li swallowed the liquid. "Good, I knew you would make the wise choice. Follow me. I have a quiet room prepared," Feng Zai said with satisfaction, standing up and walking towards a side door. Han Li followed without a word, his face calm. Under the demon's guidance, Han Li took several turns and arrived before a crimson stone wall. Upon closer inspection, Han Li was surprised to find the red, shimmering stone wall was a massive coral reef. Before he could ask, Feng Zai pressed his hand on the coral wall, causing a flash of white light, and a 10-foot-wide doorway appeared. Refine the wine in this chamber. I estimate that within half a year you should succeed. I will release the restriction and let you out then, Feng Zai said, motioning towards the doorway. Han Li walked in without expression, knowing there was no point in further words. As soon as he entered, the doorway closed behind him. Feng Zai remained outside, looking at the coral wall with a hint of excitement. A moment later, he vanished with a flash of white light. Inside the coral chamber, Han Li began inspecting the so-called quiet room. It was spacious, about 30 to 40 feet in length and width, and about 20 feet high. Apart from a jade bed glowing with a faint green light in the center, there was nothing else. What puzzled Han Li were the numerous small round pits all over the walls, making the place look somewhat strange. After examining the room, Han Li sat on the jade bed, closed his eyes, and began extending his divine sense. As expected, his divine sense bounced back upon touching the walls. After searching every corner with his divine sense and finding no flaws, Han Li opened his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. He walked to one of the walls, raised a hand, and a bright green sword light shot from his fingertip, flickering. Han Li flicked his fingers, and the green sword light silently pierced half an inch into the wall. Seeing this, Han Li's face had just shown a hint of joy when a flash of red light appeared, and a layer of light screen emerged from the wall. The sword light was forcefully pushed out. Han Li's face darkened. After thinking for a moment, he still felt unwilling to give up. With a single-handed gesture, a small sword about an inch long shot out from his palm. It circled around his head once before stopping steadily in front of his chest. Han Li urged the sword technique silently, and a faint golden arc flickered and bounced on the sword's body. Then, the small sword began to spin rapidly within the green light and stabbed fiercely into the wall. A muffled sound was heard, and the thunder of exorcism burst forth. Red rays flickered on the wall. A look of anticipation flashed in Han Li's eyes, but it was soon replaced by a look of disappointment. Under the lead of the thunderous light, the small sword only penetrated an extra inch before being stopped. Deep within the wall, a faint 5-colored glow could be seen. The coral wall was reinforced with extremely powerful multi-layered restrictions by the demonic cultivator. Relying solely on magical tools to break through the wall seemed highly unlikely. After retracting the magical tool back into his body, Han Li furrowed his brows tightly and subconsciously placed a hand on the spirit beast pouch at his waist. He believed that no matter how marvelous the restrictions on the wall were, they couldn't withstand the gnawing of the gold devouring beetle swarm. But there was one point that made him hesitant to release these spirit insects. The time needed for the insects to devour the restrictions was probably not a matter of moments. During such a long period, The demonic cultivator Feng Zai would likely sense something and come to check. Given the opponent's monstrous speed, Han Li would have no chance to escape. After pondering for a while, Han Li glared fiercely at the coral wall before returning to the jade couch with an unpleasant expression. At this moment, he began to feel a burning sensation in his abdomen, indicating that the jade flame wine was starting to take effect. Uncertain about the properties of this wine, Han Li did not dare to be careless. He temporarily set aside other thoughts and began to meditate. He closed his eyes and inspected his internal condition, then forced a wisp of green core flame from his four-color golden core. The emerald liquid, compressed into a single mass, was instantly wrapped in the core flame. After a while, Han Li remained motionless with an expressionless face. The process of refining the jade flame wine was extremely slow. More than a month had passed, yet less than a quarter of the wine had been refined. It seemed that the humanoid Gale beast had not exaggerated about the 6-month period. But such a slow speed made Han Li impatient. If he couldn't advance to the late stage in time after 6 months, he believed that Feng Zai would mercilessly take his life with a single claw. Determined, Han Li decided to take a risk and forced all the core flame out of his golden core. The nearly doubled green flame completely enveloped the remaining green liquid. Han Li spared no effort in forcibly driving his mana, accelerating the refining process. This approach also doubled the consumption of his mana. Periodically, he regretfully had to swallow a drop of 1,000-year spirit liquid to sustain the core flame. After 2 months of such extravagant use of the core flame, the wine was finally 2/3 refined, and it seemed that complete refinement was within reach. Han Li felt a slight relief. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. On the day he had fought desperately, Han Li had swallowed the Qianlin ice pearl. Out of fear of Feng Zai, he had kept this life-saving treasure in his abdomen without retrieving it. But that day, as he exhausted his mana and was about to consume another drop of spirit liquid to restore his power, for some unknown reason, the thunder of exorcism on the surface of the Qianlin ice pearl suddenly became unstable inside his body. This scene terrified Han Li. With his mana depleted, he couldn't respond quickly. In desperation, he wrapped the remaining jade flame wine around the unstable Qianlin ice pearl. Han Li's heart pounded, and his face turned pale. The effect of using the jade flame wine to wrap the Qianlin ice pearl was unknown. Fortunately, either Han Li's hasty action was a stroke of luck, or the pearl was not meant to explode. After a moment, the liquid-coated pearl calmed down. Han Li breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. He quickly consumed a drop of 1,000-year spirit liquid. Once his mana recovered slightly, he promptly removed the pearl from his body and stored it away, feeling extremely cautious. Keeping it inside felt like playing with fire, something Han Li was not willing to risk. After tidying up everything and casually inspecting his internal state, Han Li was suddenly taken aback. Unbeknownst to him, during this period of intense activity, he had silently broken through the bottleneck and entered the late stage of the core formation. Han Li was initially stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. Honestly, he hadn't yet felt the special effects of the jade flame wine. But now, with the wine not fully refined, he had unexpectedly broken through the bottleneck. This seemed incredible to Han Li. He tested his cultivation slightly and found that he could now control 24 green bamboo cloud swords simultaneously with ease, significantly boosting his power. Despite his joy, Han Li didn't waste the remaining jade flame wine. He diligently spent another 2 months refining the remaining liquid and stabilizing his new cultivation level. Afterward, he pondered Feng Zai's motives and the task he was expected to perform, seeking a way to escape. As the 6-month period approached, Han Li grew increasingly anxious. A few days past the deadline, a hole appeared in the coral wall, and Feng Zai's voice called from outside. "Taoist Li, come out. Time's up. Have you made any progress in your cultivation?" Han Li opened his eyes, expressionless, stood up, and walked out without a word. Outside, Feng Zai was waiting, squinting as he examined Han Li. After a moment, Feng Zai clapped his hands and laughed. "Congratulations, Taoist Li, on reaching the late stage. It seems my jade flame wine wasn't wasted," Feng Zai said with genuine joy, indicating that Han Li's breakthrough was beneficial to him. Sensing an opportunity, Han Li's mind raced. "Follow me. I'll introduce you to 2 other friends from the demonic clan. This task requires your combined efforts for any chance of success," Feng Zai said, smiling warmly at Han Li. Han Li was alarmed to hear about the other 2 demons. "Yes, these 2 friends are at the initial stage of shape-shifting, equivalent to your 8th-level demonic cultivators. Although their power may not be much weaker than mine, they don't like humans. So try to speak as little as possible around them," Feng Zai advised meaningfully. Feeling uneasy, Han Li nodded solemnly. A moment later, Feng Zai led Han Li to the hall, where 2 demons awaited. Han Li's expression changed upon seeing them. One had a dragon's head and steel tail, covered in blood-red scales. The other had a turtle shell and a green face, towering in height. The one with the dragon head was none other than the poison dragon that had fought human cultivators near the Misty Sea. The other, Han Li guessed, was likely the recently transformed giant turtle demon. The 2 demons turned to look at Feng Zai as he entered. The poison dragon noticed Han Li's change in expression and scrutinized him coldly. "Human, have we met before?" it asked, its voice icy but clear. Han Li hesitated, realizing the dragon hadn't recognized him due to the blood cloak he wore during their last encounter. Deciding not to mention the previous battle to avoid trouble, Han Li cleared his throat and calmly replied, "This is my first time meeting you, Senior. I was just surprised to see a real dragon. Please forgive my rudeness, Han Li said, lowering his stance to avoid conflict. HMPH, humans are all cunning and deceitful. It doesn't matter where you've seen me before. You'd better stop playing tricks. The venomous dragon, who had been toying with a large, glittering pearl, suddenly clenched his fist, turning the pearl into a pile of powder. A trace of ferocity flashed across his grim face. Hanley felt a slight chill in his heart, but maintained a bitter smile without saying anything. All right, fellow Taoist Li has now met my two brothers. I need the assistance of all three of you, and lacking any one of you would be extremely troublesome for me, Feng Zai said, seeing the atmosphere turn sour. He hurriedly stepped in to mediate and invited Han Li to sit on the other side of the table, a bit further from the other two. Brother Feng, we've known each other for some years now. What's this all about, being so mysterious? You haven't explained anything clearly yet, and why do you need the help of a human cultivator? What can a mere core formation stage cultivator do? The venomous dragon downed a large cup of wine in one gulp, speaking boldly. Yes, I'm also curious why Brother Feng insisted on us coming here. Is there some danger involved? The green-faced turtle demon, with a thick, hard shell on his back, frowned and showed a hint of doubt. Despite his enormous size, this turtle demon seemed somewhat cautious. No need to worry, Brother Gooey. I invited you here not to deal with any enemies or to go to any dangerous places, but to help me forge a magic treasure, Feng Zai said with a smile, waving his hand. Forging a magic treasure. Both the turtle demon and the venomous dragon were stunned and exchanged glances. Han Li, who was listening on the side, was also greatly surprised, his face showing a look of astonishment. Yes, I'm preparing to forge a treasure tailor-made for myself, Feng Zai said slowly, a hint of fanaticism appearing on his face. Did I hear that right? Brother Feng wants to forge an external object. Have you forgotten that for us demon cultivators, our bodies are the best treasures? No material can be more suitable for refining and enhancing than our own demon bodies, the venomous dragon said disapprovingly, shaking his head. Brother Wu is absolutely right. No magic treasure's power can compare to the innate talents of us demon cultivators. Instead of wasting time on external objects, it's better to refine our own body's abilities. For example, Brother Wu's dragon spirit body naturally comprehends all water attribute techniques almost instinctively, and with a little practice, it can be 100 times stronger than other races. Brother Feng's spirit bird body is excellent for wind attribute abilities, and when his wind-fire wings are cultivated to a profound level, he can travel 1,000 miles in an instant. My black turtle body, though not as powerful as you two, can also become virtually indestructible if I refine this hard shell to the level of spiritual awareness and transformation. Why bother learning from humans to forge magic treasures? The turtle demon agreed repeatedly, also trying to persuade. Feng Zai wasn't angered by their words, but laughed heartily instead. I'm well aware of what you both said, having cultivated for so many years. However, the magic treasure I'm planning to forge is unique, another pair of spiritual wings. But they won't be wind-fire wings. they'll be wind thunder wings. With this second pair of wings, I believe I can travel anywhere in the world. This 9th level Gale beast said excitedly, revealing his plan and shocking the other 2 demons. Wind thunder wings. The turtle demon blinked, somewhat puzzled. That's right. A few years ago, while exploring and cultivating in the deep sea, I found the remains of an ancient giant bird on an isolated island. Though only the silver skeleton was left, the remaining bone wings contained astonishing thunder power. It turned out to be the skeleton of a thunder rock at the peak of its transformation stage. As you know, the flight speed of thunder rocks is among the top 10 of all high-level bird-type demon beasts, with their lightning-fast speed far surpassing our Gale Beast clan. I had a sudden inspiration and brought these bone wings back to my cave, planning to use them, along with other bird wing materials, to forge a pair of thunder wings like human magic treasures and attach them to myself. Feng Zai explained, his eyes shining brightly, unable to hide his excitement. After the wings are reforged, they won't be purely thunder attribute. I need to add some wind attribute spiritual power to make them easier for me to control, he added. Can this really work? The venomous dragon showed a skeptical expression, seemingly not convinced. The turtle demon beside him also had a look of doubt in his eyes. Rest assured, I have studied this for many years. I even went to human cultivators in disguise to acquire numerous books on artifact forging, and had some human cultivators teach me the relevant knowledge. Combining this with our Gale Beast clan's wind, fire, wings cultivation method, I finally have a plan to forge this treasure. I can't guarantee 100% success, but I have at least a 70 to 80% chance. Of course, I won't let you 2 brothers help me for nothing. Whether the treasure is successfully forged or not, I will. Feng Zai said confidently, but suddenly stopped speaking, his lips moving as he transmitted a message, not wanting Han Li to hear the details. Han Li sat still, pretending not to notice, his expression unchanged. However, his hands under the table were intertwined, showing that his heart was not as calm as his appearance suggested. Han Li knew that the conditions of these 3 demons' negotiation might not be favorable to him, but he had no voice in front of these 3 demon cultivators and could only think about his countermeasures silently. All right, since Brother Feng has explained everything, we will help you, the venomous dragon said after a moment of hesitation, consulting briefly with the turtle demon before agreeing. Feng Zai was naturally overjoyed. With your earth attribute and water attribute techniques, we can temporarily fuse thunder attribute spiritual power during the forging process using the formation. Combining it with my wind attribute technique, the wind and thunder power will be complete. But to balance the 2 powers, we still need fellow Taoist Li's would attribute technique to harmonize the slight differences. With this, the wind thunder wings have a great chance of being successfully forged. Feng Zai smiled confidently. However, his eyes turned to Han Li, who had been sitting silently, and his expression turned cunning. Fellow Taoist Li, I forgot to tell you. The green flame wine you drank can help cultivators break through bottlenecks and increase their cultivation. but it is made for us demon cultivators. Humans who drink it will develop a wisp of chaotic evil energy in their bodies after about a year. While it seems harmless now, it will spread soon, mixing with your true essence, eventually causing your spiritual power to self-destruct. After saying this, the 9th level Gale Beast fell silent, coldly staring at Han Li. Han Li only frowned slightly and sighed, showing no panic or anger. Brother Feng, why don't you just tell me how to eliminate the evil energy? Do I have to help you succeed in forging the magic treasure to have a chance at survival? Han Li asked calmly, his face serene. This surprised Feng Zai, and the venomous dragon and turtle demon also showed interested expressions. Heth, fellow Taoist Li is a smart man. Since you understand, I won't say more. If my wind thunder wings are successfully forged, I will eliminate the evil energy for you. If we fail, you will be the first to bear my wrath. And don't think you can remove it yourself. Even if a human nascent soul cultivator helps you, they cannot eradicate the chaotic evil energy from the green flame wine, Feng Zai said coldly. I know what to do. Han Li nodded slightly, finally showing a bitter smile. But he didn't say that he feared his life would be forfeit as soon as the treasure was successfully forged. As Han Li felt extreme helplessness, the 3 demon cultivators began chatting idly at the jade table. I heard that Brother Wu's dragon clan also participated in the attack on human cultivators in the 10,000 fathom sea. Is this true? I remember the dragon clan usually doesn't get involved in such matters. The Gale Beast casually asked the venomous dragon, seemingly in a good mood about the hopeful success of his treasure. HMPH, it's true. Some high-level demon cultivators from our clan did take part. Otherwise, those useless creatures in the 10,000 fathom sea wouldn't have breached the city so easily. They wouldn't have managed to kill 2 nascent soul stage cultivators either, the venomous dragon said, not hiding anything, even in front of Han Li. Despite his usual composure, Han Li couldn't help but change his expression slightly. In the midst of Han Li's doubts, Feng Zai chuckled and asked again, I heard that a few years ago, when fellow Wu was protecting Junior Gui for fellow Gui's return, he was actually ambushed by several human cultivators. Although they were eventually repelled, they still suffered a little. Is that why your dragon clan intervened? Your spirit beast clan has always been protective of your own. In recent years, those human cultivators on the islands have indeed become too arrogant. They actually thought that this sea area belonged to them, treating us transforming demon cultivators like those low-level beast demons who haven't even left their animal forms was simply seeking death. My matter was just one of the catalysts. At this point, the venomous dragon paused for a moment, then continued with a calm expression. The most important thing is that humans killed a just-achieved level 7 sacred beast of the 10,000 fathom sea king clan. This angered the old sacred beast so much that he didn't hesitate to expend his blood essence to activate the 10,000 beast command, which allowed tens of thousands of demon beasts to overrun the human islands in one fell swoop. Our dragon clan's assistance wasn't to avenge that sacred beast clan. But because our Sea clan's heirloom, the Fan Sheng True Fragment, was taken by humans from that slain sacred beast. Although this item was originally incomplete and of little practical value, it is still one of our demon clan's major legacies and must not fall into the hands of human cultivators. The venomous dragon coldly glanced at Han Li, his face flashing with severity as he spoke. I've heard about the incident of the sacred beast being killed, but I didn't know about the loss of the Fan Sheng True Fragment. Without this legacy item, wouldn't the sacred beast clan be even more unstable in its position as the ruler of the 10,000 Fathom Sea King clan? Could it be that the dragon clan wants to take control of this sea area? The Gale beast, with a strange smile on his face, asked. I don't know about that. After all, I rarely inquire about internal matters of the clan. However, I am very interested in the 3 Fan Sheng arts, recorded on the Fan Sheng True Fragment. It is said that this technique is an ancient secret technique passed down by the ancient demon race, and its power is extremely great. Unfortunately, several pieces of the Fan Sheng True Fragment that record this technique have long been scattered and lost, making it impossible to restore the technique. The venomous dragon's face first showed interest, then regret. Haha, Brother Wu is too greedy. What ancient secret technique? I think it's just rumors. I don't believe that the dragon clan's dragon transformation technique is inferior to this technique. Suddenly, the turtle demon interjected with a laugh. That's true. Our dragon transformation technique, when cultivated to the deepest level, can transform a dragon into a dragon. Naturally, it is also the top technique of our demon clan. The venomous dragon's face couldn't help but show a hint of pride upon hearing this, speaking somewhat smugly. Feng Zai, however, smiled without comment on this matter. The Fan Sheng True Fragment? Han Li, sitting on the side, remained calm on the surface, but couldn't help feeling a stir inside when he heard this name. He thought of the copper fragment he had recently obtained, which recorded demon cultivation techniques and seemed quite powerful. Could it be such a coincidence that the 2 demons were discussing the same thing? Although he didn't know the specific purpose of the Fan Sheng True Fragment, just hearing that it was a legacy item of the demon clan indicated that it was definitely something important. Could that dark-skinned cultivator be the culprit behind the surge of abyssal beasts? With his cultivation at the mid-Jidan stage, it was not impossible for him to kill a level 7 demon beast. Han Li muttered to himself, not feeling too panicked. At present, he was a typical case of having more debts than he could pay. In a situation where his life was not guaranteed at any moment, he didn't care much about having another hot potato. Perhaps they thought there were other secrets that weren't suitable for discussion with Han Li present. At this point, Feng Zai turned his face towards Han Li and said calmly, "Fellow Li, you have recently advanced to the late Jidan stage and still need to stabilize your realm. I don't want any accidents to happen to your mana during the refining process. You should follow this light and go back to the room to rest and practice for a while." After saying this, the Gale beast raised his hand, and a white light ball flew out from his fingertips, heading towards a side door. Han Li remained silent, just smiling awkwardly as he stood up and followed the light ball out of the hall. Although he wanted to learn more about the secrets of the demon clan, he didn't have a choice in this situation. As he reached the doorway, he heard Fang Zai's warning words from behind. In ordinary times, it's best for fellow Li to stay in the room and not go out easily. Otherwise, if fellow Li misunderstands anything, it will be hard to explain later. The demon cultivator said indifferently. With his back to the three demons, Han Li's figure paused slightly, but then he walked out of the side door without saying a word. Is everything okay? This kid doesn't seem like he's willing to cooperate wholeheartedly. I'm afraid he might cause some trouble at a critical moment during the refining process, the venomous dragon said, watching Han Li disappear in the direction. Don't worry. This time, the refining of the wind thunder wings is mainly up to the three of us. This human is just providing would attribute spiritual power for the artifact. At the beginning of the refining, he won't have any say and can only obediently provide mana. Moreover, he also has the evil energy I planted in him. Even if he has other ideas, there's nothing he can do, Fang Zai said with a smirk, showing a trace of cunning on his face. Upon hearing this, the venomous dragon and the turtle demon exchanged a knowing smile, finally letting go of their last bit of doubt. At this moment, Han Li followed the white light ball and was led into a stone room. The room was elegantly furnished, with a white jade bed as the centerpiece, along with some tables, chairs, and pots of exotic flowers and plants. As soon as the light ball led Han Li into the stone room, it immediately burst with a soft sound and dissipated on its own. Seeing this, Han Li quickly closed the door behind him. Then he swiftly took out several colorful array flags from his sleeve and lightly tossed them into various corners of the room, instantly setting up a small-scale array that covered the entire room. Although this array had no defensive effect, it could alert him to any malicious eavesdropping from outside. This approach would certainly annoy the Gale Beast, but it wouldn't make a big deal out of these small matters. Thinking of this, Han Li shifted his thoughts and considered the most worrying issue. He walked a few steps to the bedside, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes. After a cup of tea, Han Li opened his eyes with a furrowed brow. His body was still the same as before, and he didn't detect anything unusual. It seemed that the demon wasn't deceiving him, and it was indeed difficult to detect the evil energy before it manifested. Han Li rubbed his chin, a pensive look on his face. After pondering for a while, he suddenly took out something from his body and examined it carefully for a moment, his eyes revealing a hint of severity. 2 days later, the Gale Beast Fang Zai knocked on Han Li's door again and walked in. Let's go. Today, we'll start refining the treasure. Fellow Wu and fellow Gui are already waiting for us in the refining room. Seeing Han Li, the humanoid demon showed excitement in his eyes. Then he led Han Li out of the room, heading straight for the refining room in his cave mansion. However, after walking with him for a while, the demon brought Han Li to a green jade wall. Without hesitation, he slapped the wall with one hand, causing a small arched door to appear. Then he stepped aside, gesturing for Han Li to enter first. Han Li quickly glanced into the door, seeing a blazing red glow inside with a hint of heat emanating from it. It seemed a bit mysterious. His eyelids twitched a few times, and he took a deep breath before stepping inside. Upon seeing the situation inside clearly, Han Li couldn't help but feel surprised. The venomous dragon and the turtle demon were indeed inside. But what surprised Han Li was that there was a fiery pit in the middle of the room. A square platform, more than 10 zhang in size, appeared in the center of the room, filled with roaring flames of red heat swirling in the pool. Around the platform, a complex and enormous refining array had been set up. Han Li only glanced at it briefly, but he was secretly astonished. With his current proficiency in refining tools and arrays, although he couldn't immediately understand the mysteries within, this array was definitely extraordinary and not something he could arrange. Seeing Han Li enter, the venomous dragon and the turtle demon only gave him a cold glance before turning their faces away as if ignoring him. All right, everyone is here now. Fellow Wu and fellow Gui, I have already explained the principles of the array refinement in advance. Fellow Li, you just need to stand in the corner of the array and continuously provide Wood's spiritual power to the array. At this point, fellow Li, don't think about anything else. Feng Zai pointed to a corner of the array, his words full of meaning as he addressed Han Li. Nowadays, it's useless to indulge in wild guesses, Han Li replied with a bitter smile as he glanced at the pool of volcanic fire. Knowing that friend is enough, Wind Zai said, though a hint of disdain flickered across his face, indicating he didn't fully trust Han Li's words. Seeing this, Han Li maintained his wry expression, inwardly cursing Wind Zai as an old monster. He then walked to a corner of the array and sat down cross-legged. Wind Zai, satisfied to see Han Li obediently taking his designated spot, nodded approvingly before turning to the poisonous flood dragon and turtle monster, speaking politely. 2 esteemed juniors enter the array. Let's prepare. The poisonous flood dragon and turtle monster stepped forward without objection, entering the array and standing on the familiar nodes. With a light chuckle, Wind Zai patted his storage pouch. A bag flew out and floated above the fire pool, its mouth inverted, emitting a burst of rosy light. Within the light, a small mass of silver suddenly appeared, expanding into a pair of bone wings about 10 feet in size, one missing half of its upper wingtip, and the other tattered and incomplete. Despite their initially unimpressive appearance, the bone wings sparkled with a tremendous aura, commanding respect. This is the Thunder Peng's wings. Although severely damaged, they look extraordinary, truly worthy of being a rare bird from the wilderness. The poisonous flood dragon gazed at the bone wings, emitting sounds of surprise. Naturally, this Thunder Peng didn't die of old age, but was trapped and besieged to death in its burial place. Otherwise, With its almost invincible speed and cultivation at the end of its transformation, it could have escaped even if it couldn't win, Wind-Zai explained with a fanatic glint in his eyes. At this moment, Han Li also admired the Thunder Peng's bone wings with a look of astonishment. Let's begin. It's uncertain how many months it will take to refine this thing. The turtle monster, seeming uninterested in the bone wings, urged impatiently after observing for a while. Wind-Zai was taken aback by this, but quickly regained his composure. I almost forgot. Brother Gui just passed his transformation calamity less than 100 years ago and naturally feels uncomfortable with thunder-related things. Let's not delay any longer. Let's cast the spell together. The poisonous flood dragon, naturally, didn't object. The three of them emitted a low hum that Han Li couldn't understand, releasing an astonishing aura and glowing with white, blue, and yellow light. Whether it was the aura released by the three or some other method they employed, the array began to activate, and the dozens of intermediate spirit stones embedded around it emitted dazzling light in succession. Feeling a bit uneasy, Han Li glanced around. Just then, Wind-Zai suddenly shouted, clapping his hands and sending two thick white light pillars into the array below his feet. They merged into the fire pool, causing it to roil. A burst of flame shot out from the pool, engulfing the bone wings floating above it. Witnessing this scene, the poisonous flood dragon and turtle monster exchanged glances before both raising their hands. Streams of blue and yellow light shot out from their hands, piercing through the flames and wrapping around the bone wings, intertwining and glowing. After a moment, they managed to repair the damaged wings completely using these threads of light. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes widened in amazement. However, Wind-Zai's eyes flashed with excitement. He quickly made a hand seal, and dozens of thumb-sized white light spheres shot out, landing accurately on the bone wings. With a burst of thunder, countless tiny arcs shot out from the wings, swiftly merging into the blue and yellow threads of light. After absorbing these arcs, the threads emitted a silver light, blending together and turning silver-white. Seeing this scene, Wind-Zai stomped his foot and sent a spell into the array. Boom, boom, several muffled sounds. 5 pillars of light of different colors shot out from around the fire pool, converging on the bone wings and forming a thick, shimmering, multicolored light shield. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Before he could guess what was happening, he suddenly felt something unusual with his body and hurriedly looked down. With each fluctuation of the multicolored light shield, a faint blue light emanated from his body, slowly but visibly dissipating. His spiritual power was involuntarily seeping out and being absorbed by the shield. Han Li frowned, his face darkening. It seemed that the 3 monsters didn't intend to let him intervene in the refinement of the treasure. They were simply using him as a huge spiritual stone. However, after some thought, he chuckled inwardly. He didn't believe that the 3 monsters would keep him trapped indefinitely, continuously draining his spiritual power. According to his estimation, sooner or later, they would need his help. Otherwise, why would they seek him out for his proficiency in wood elemental techniques? They could simply use more wood elemental spirit stones. With this in mind, Han Li calmed down, closed his eyes, and sat down to meditate, allowing the array to slowly absorb his spiritual power.